Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Alexander Selkirk, a Scottish sailor and privateer who found himself marooned alone on a deserted island for over 4 years. His extraordinary tale of survival is widely believed to have inspired Robinson Crusoe, the iconic Castaway in Daniel Defoe's classic novel. Selkirk was not born for quiet shores. In the late 1600s, as the world of maritime exploration, trade, and privateering surged across the Atlantic and into the Pacific, young men with restless blood and a hunger for something beyond the familiar took to the sea. Selkirk was one of them. Headstrong, impulsive, and drawn toward danger like a moth to flame. In 1703, he signed aboard the Cinque Ports, a privateering vessel bound for South America, part of a rickety flotilla skirting the edge of legality as it preyed on Spanish treasure ships. But tensions flared, and when the ship dropped anchor near a lonely island off the coast of what is now Chile, Selkirk made a fateful decision. He demanded to be left behind, believing the ship too unsound to sail. Whether it was stubborn pride or sound judgment, his shipmates granted his wish and sailed away. He would remain there for 4 years and 4 months. It's a tale of quiet adaptation, of learning the rhythms of the land, the language of solitude, and the strength of silence. Selkirk not only survived, he endured with dignity, building a life as complete as the island would allow. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the isolation of that experience, but on the way Selkirk came to know himself within it, how the stillness of a faraway island revealed an unshakable resilience, and how that long silence continues to echo in stories of adventure and survival to this day. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey softly now, step by step, through the quiet island days of Alexander Selkirk, a castaway not lost, but found in the heart of solitude. The sea breeze that swept through the village of Lower Largo carried with it the salt of distant horizons, and on certain days, when the tides shifted just so, young Alexander would find himself staring out across the Firth of Forth, not at what lay before him, but at what might lie beyond. Born in 1676 to a family of cobblers and tanners, Selkirk had little reason to believe his life would be anything other than ordinary. But something stirred within him, a restlessness, quiet but insistent. He quarreled often, not just with his brothers, but with local authorities too. Sharp-tempered and stubborn, Alexander was no stranger to the feel of discipline or the disapproving eyes of the Kirk session. And so, while many of his peers chose trades and steadiness, Alexander looked instead toward the open sea. It was a time of privateers, men who walked the fine line between sanctioned plunder and piracy. The oceans were alive with opportunity and peril, especially for those willing to serve under a captain's flag in search of Spanish silver or foreign spice. For Selkirk, it was a chance to leave behind the cold stone streets of home and chase something he couldn't quite name. Glory, perhaps, or maybe just freedom. In 1703, when word came that a new privateering expedition was being outfitted in England, Alexander signed on without hesitation. The venture was backed by the English crown, given leave to prey upon Spanish ships in the name of Queen and country. It promised danger, yes, but also the kind of open skies and endless water that called so deeply to men like him. The ship was the Cinque Ports, a modest vessel crewed by rough hands and ambitious minds. Its companion was the Saint, George, commanded by the renowned and often polarizing Captain William Dampier. Together, these two ships would sail from England down along the west coast of Africa, around Cape Horn, and into the vast Pacific. Their mission: disrupt Spanish trade, take prizes, and return home laden with riches. But that was the map on paper. The reality would prove far more complicated. As the Cinque Ports creaked into the swell of open waters, Selkirk stood at the rails, hair tangled with salt, eyes scanning the pale horizon. He was not yet a castaway, not yet a legend, not yet the man he would become. For now, he was simply a sailor with a restless spirit, aboard a ship bound for glory or ruin, perhaps both. The journey had begun, and with it, a quiet unraveling, one that would lead, step by patient step, to the solitude of an island, and a place in the quieter corners of history. The sails of the Cinque Ports unfurled like pale wings against the morning sky, catching the wind with a low, contented sigh. Beneath them, the ship groaned softly, her timbers old, her hull weathered, yet eager to move forward. It was late in 1703, and the voyage had begun in earnest. Selkirk, now a sailing master aboard the vessel, kept his thoughts guarded and his eyes open. He wasn't new to the ways of the sea, but this voyage felt different. The mood was taut, held between ambition and unease. Aboard the St. George, Dampier's reputation loomed large. A brilliant navigator, yes, but erratic and given to grim moods. The Cinque Ports sailed under the command of Thomas Stradling, a young captain eager to prove himself, though still green in experience. The two men did not see eye to eye, and their crews soon mirrored that friction. The journey southward was long, hugging the African coast before making the treacherous run around Cape Horn. There, in the southernmost latitudes, the two ships were battered by cruel winds and towering waves. The ocean grew iron-grey and merciless, masts strained, rations spoiled. Men clung to ropes with numb fingers, praying through clenched teeth. It was during these weeks of struggle that Alexander began to notice signs, small, almost forgettable moments that spoke of trouble ahead. The Cinque Ports was taking on water more often than it should. Her seams leaked, her hull moaned. Repairs were constant, patching up the wounded vessel with tar and prayer. And yet the voyage pressed on. Once around the Horn, the Pacific opened up like a vast sigh. Warmer winds, calmer seas, and yet no less dangerous. Spanish settlements dotted the South American coast, and privateering now began in earnest. The crews captured a few ships, though not nearly the prizes they'd hoped for. There were quarrels over shares, whispered complaints about the fairness of command, and frequent illnesses that spread through the hammocks like fog through the rigging. Alexander, for his part, remained diligent. He took no joy in the politics of the expedition, but watched it all carefully, quietly. Stradling grew more irritable. Dampier grew more distant, and all the while the ship beneath them creaked, not with life, but with quiet warnings. By the time they reached the Juan Fernandez Islands, a lonely cluster of volcanic peaks off the coast of Chile, the Cinque Ports was in a poor state. Her provisions were low. Her hull had been weakened further. Men grumbled in the shade of canvas sails, exhausted and thin. And there, on the shore of one particular island, known then simply as Mazatierra, Selkirk made his fateful decision, one not born of rashness, but of careful calculation, perhaps even foresight. But for now, the Cinque Ports rocked gently in the bay, the sea calm, the island quiet. No one yet imagined how far this detour would echo. The morning was still, the sky a soft wash of pale blue, as the Cinque Ports floated at anchor just off the coast of Mazatierra. The island itself rose out of the sea, like something half forgotten. Steep cliffs cloaked in green, trees swaying gently in the warm breeze, and the distant sound of waves folding themselves onto an empty shore. Alexander stood at the water's edge, his boots damp with sea spray. Behind him, a quiet standoff was unfolding. After months of hardship and failing rigging, Selkirk had grown certain of one thing. The Cinque Ports was no longer seaworthy. The hull, he believed, had been too poorly repaired, and the ship, pushed hard and mended often, would not survive another leg of the voyage. He made his case to Captain Stradling, firmly, repeatedly, and when his warnings went unheeded, he made an extraordinary demand. He asked to be left behind. At first, the crew laughed. No man in his right mind would choose exile, even temporary, over the thin hope of reaching richer shores. But Selkirk was resolute. He'd rather survive alone than perish in another storm, or sink beneath Spanish cannon fire. Perhaps he thought his protest would force Stradling's hand, make the captain reconsider the ship's condition. But if so, it backfired. Stradling, annoyed and prideful, granted Selkirk's request with cold finality. Supplies were gathered, a musket, some powder, a cooking pot, a few tools, clothing, bedding, and his cherished Bible. Then, with little ceremony, he was rowed ashore. Selkirk watched as the boat pulled away, the oars dipping rhythmically, growing smaller with each stroke. He may have expected, or at least hoped, for a change of heart, that someone would shout, wave, return. But the sea remained quiet. The Cinque Ports raised anchor that afternoon, her sails filling with the light breeze. Selkirk stood on the sand as the ship that had carried him across oceans slipped out of sight, leaving him with only the whisper of waves and the shifting cries of seabirds. In that moment, the enormity settled upon him. The island was beautiful, yes, fertile, rich with wild goats and cool springs, but it was also silent. There would be no trade winds, no friendly ports, no voices but his own. Days would be measured not in bells and watches, but in sunrises and seasons. At first, he made camp near the shoreline, building a simple shelter with palm branches and driftwood, but the nights brought strange cries from feral cats, and rats nipped at his stores. He moved inland to higher ground, where the breezes were clearer and the land more defensible. In his earliest days alone, he felt the weight of regret, like a stone in his chest. The choice had been his, a sober, reasoned one, but the consequences were harder to carry. Still, each morning brought light, and with it, something like resolve. Selkirk began to walk the island, to learn its shape, its offerings, its dangers. He listened, he watched, he waited, and somewhere inside him, the sea's restlessness began to change, not into stillness, but into something quieter, something steady. The island was green and rugged, rising steeply from the sea, like a ship frozen in time. It was about 15 miles long, a cradle of volcanic stone and soft winds, dotted with dense woods and hidden streams that ran cool and clear through the underbrush. Selkirk, now alone on this forgotten shore, woke each day with the soft stirrings of nature, the rhythm of ship life, the bells, the calls, the clatter of deckwork was gone. In its place, there was only the hush of trees swaying gently, the chatter of birds unseen, and the slow, steady lap of waves against rock. Those first days were marked by a strange quiet, not just the absence of people, but the absence of direction. Selkirk had been cast ashore with a musket, a small cache of powder and shot, a hatchet, a knife, a Bible, and some bedding. He set about building a shelter along the beach, something simple but serviceable. Branches lashed together with twine made from bark, thatched over with broad leaves. A place to sleep, a place to think. But the shoreline proved less hospitable than it seemed. The rats, descendants of those left behind by old Spanish ships, came at night, bold and persistent. Feral cats stalked the shadows, their eyes catching the moonlight. Selkirk's food stores were not safe, nor was his sleep. He soon realized he would need to move inland. Carrying what he could, he ventured higher, into the island's heart. There, he found groves of pepper trees and cabbage palms, and hills where wild goats roamed freely. These goats, likely left by earlier explorers, became his lifeline, providing milk, meat, and hides. With careful patience, he learned to stalk them barefoot across the island's slopes, fashioning snares from vines and eventually running them down with practiced skill. Fresh water was plentiful, and wild turnips, berries, and coastal herbs filled out his diet. In time, the land revealed itself as both generous and demanding, a place where every comfort had to be earned. Selkirk fashioned tools from stone, hollowed tree trunks into cooking vessels, and repaired his clothing with needles made from bone and thread pulled from his own garments. He tanned goat hides for new shoes. He reinforced his inland shelter with heavier timber, carving a cave-like refuge against the rains and winds that swept through during storms. At night, he read aloud from his Bible, not for salvation perhaps, but for the sound of a human voice, even if it was only his own. The verses gave rhythm to the silence, something to hold on to when the vastness of solitude pressed close. He kept count of the days by notching marks into wood, though over time the tally lost its urgency. There was no clock to keep, no ship to wait for, just the slow passage of light and shadow, growth and decay. He was alone, but not undone. And in those first quiet weeks, as the routines took hold and the panic faded, something unexpected began to settle in. Not peace exactly, not yet, but a kind of understanding that life here would not be measured by the noise of ambition or the chatter of crowds, but by the quiet skill of endurance. The island had once seemed vast and unknowable, a wild place of steep ridges, tangled forests, and unfamiliar sounds in the night. But as the months passed, Selkirk began to chart it, not with maps or compasses, but with memory, instinct, and the slow, patient tread of repetition. He learned where the goats grazed and where they drank, tracking their movements through the dew-soaked grass before dawn. He would rise early and move barefoot, quietly, blending into the land. Over time, his pursuit sharpened, and with it, his self-reliance. He no longer relied on his dwindling gunpowder. Instead, he caught the animals with hand-fashioned snares or outran them on foot, a feat made possible by the tough leather shoes he had crafted from goat hide and sewn with bone needles. From their skins he made garments. From their meat he dried strips of jerky beneath the sun. The goats became not just a source of sustenance, but of rhythm. Their presence gave each day structure. Something to do, something to prepare for, something to carry forward. Shelter, too, evolved. The makeshift lean-tos of his first days gave way to more permanent dwellings. He built 2 huts on a gentle rise overlooking the wooded interior, one for sleeping, the other for working and storage. Their walls were made of woven branches, reinforced with clay and lined with hides to keep the wind out. The roofs were thatched thick with palm leaves. A bed of soft grass and woven mats made his rest more comfortable. He began to collect useful stones, shaping each of them into knives, hammers, and grindstones. In time, he even crafted a simple chair and table, not out of indulgence, but out of need for structure and dignity. He wasn't just surviving now. He was living, shaping a life that suited the landscape, rather than fearing it. Wild turnips, cabbage palms, and pepper berries formed the bulk of his diet, seasoned with what herbs he could find along the shore. He learned to preserve his food with smoke and sun, timing his preparations to the patterns of rain and wind. Rainwater was collected in hollowed logs and coconut shells. His cooking pot, among the few items left to him from the ship, remained one of his most valued possessions. He became his own physician too. When ill, he turned to native remedies, roots brewed into teas, berries chewed for strength. There were stings, cuts, fevers, and deep aches that passed with time and patience. Each small recovery felt like a quiet triumph. Days began to flow, not in isolation, but in purpose. His body grew lean and strong, his senses sharpened. He could tell the hour by the way the shadows shifted on the cliffs, or forecast a storm by the sudden silence of birds. And with the work came something quieter, deeper, a sense of contentment. He was not lost. He was rooted. The island no longer felt like a prison. It had become a companion, wild and stubborn, yes, but one he had come to know intimately. Where others might have gone mad in the silence, Selkirk found steadiness. Through the hard work of building, hunting, and listening, he carved a life that was not merely endured, but owned. Time, in the world Selkirk had left behind, was measured in bells, calendars, and the turning of tides driven by human need. But here, alone on Maza Tierra, time softened. It slipped its edges, became slower, rounder, a rhythm guided by the land, the seasons, and the quiet unfolding of each new day. As the first year passed into the second, Selkirk no longer marked days with notches or tracked weeks with care. He lived by signs in the natural world, the flowering of a certain tree, the return of nesting birds, the thinning of the goats' coats before the rains. The island had become his calendar, and he read it not with urgency, but with quiet familiarity. There were long, golden months of calm, when the skies remained clear and the seas lay still, like glass cradling the edge of the world. These were times of plenty, when the goats were easy to track, the berries ripe, and his shelters dry and warm. He would wake with the sun and climb to his lookout on a high ridge, sitting with his back against the stone, watching the horizon. He still hoped for sails, but no longer longed for them. Then came the wet seasons, where thick rains rolled over the island in sheets, drumming softly on palm thatch and turning the paths to ribbons of mud. During those months, he stayed nearer his huts, repairing tools and mending garments. He knew much of it by heart now, and the sound of his own voice, steady and low, became as much a part of the island as the winds or the trees. There were times, too, when solitude pressed heavier, not with panic, but with a deep, aching quiet. Birthdays came and went without remark. Dreams of family flickered in sleep, only to fade with the morning mist. But in those moments, Selkirk turned not to despair, but to routine. The act of doing, building, hunting, preparing, gave shape to days that might otherwise have been lost. He spoke less, even to himself, but he listened more, to the rustle of wind through leaves, to the clatter of stones disturbed by distant hooves, to the low thrum of his own heartbeat when he sat still. In the absence of conversation, he had come to understand something rare, the sound of his own mind settling into peace. There was no audience, no judgment, no one to impress or disappoint. And so, in this space between memory and survival, Selkirk began to reshape himself, less defined by the man he had been at sea, and more by the man he had become on land. The island, wild and indifferent, had not broken him, it had refined him. Years passed this way, quiet and steady. Hair grew long, skin darkened by sun and salt. His hands, once calloused from rope, now bore the marks of stone, bark, and hide, and his soul, once restless and raw, had settled into something slower, something durable. He had become, in every way that mattered, a part of the island. Not its master, but its companion. It was a warm afternoon when Selkirk first saw them. Sails, pale and ghost-like, drifting along the horizon. They seemed impossibly far off, and for a moment he thought they might be clouds. But no. The shape, was too clean, too deliberate. His heart stirred with sudden urgency. He scrambled from his hillside perch, heart racing, legs sure-footed from years of climbing these paths. Down to the shore he ran, arms waving, calling out into the wide, indifferent air. He lit a fire with trembling hands, feeding it dry brush and palm fronds, until the smoke rose high and dark. But the ship never turned. Whether they hadn't seen him or had chosen not to investigate, he would never know. The sails faded westward, leaving nothing behind but the whisper of possibility. He stood long after they were gone, the smoke of his signal fire curling lazily into the afternoon sky. Then, slowly, he returned to the hills, not in despair, but with a quiet sort of acceptance. It happened again and again. On 3, perhaps 4, separate occasions over the years, Selkirk spotted passing ships. Sometimes they were distant and ghost-like, barely more than a glint against the sea. Other times they were closer, enough that he could make out the sweep of the hull, the flutter of rigging. He always tried, always signaled. Fires were built, bright and tall. He shouted, waved garments from the cliffs, sent his hopes arcing like arrows across the water. But no ship ever came for him. One of them, he later suspected, may have been Spanish, and had they seen him, they might not have rescued him at all. A Scottish privateer, marooned or not, would not have found mercy in the hands of Spain. He knew enough of war and its politics to understand that sometimes being seen could be more dangerous than being forgotten. So he continued to wait, not idly, but with a practiced patience. The hope of rescue remained, not as a desperate longing, but as a quiet thread woven through his days. He did not let it rule him. He lived as if no ship would ever come. But still, he watched the sea, and it watched him back. Each vanishing sail left behind a stillness that stretched for days, but the island, ever impartial, offered no comfort nor judgment, just the soft return of routine, tending to the goats, repairing the roof, foraging near the shore. Hope, on the island, had learned to be silent. It did not shout any more. It whispered, like the wind in the grass, constant but calm. Selkirk, too, had changed. His longing for rescue no longer came from fear of the island, but from a deep curiosity. What remained out there? What had become of the world he'd left, of Lower Largo, of the men who had once sailed with him? The answers drifted always just beyond the horizon. It had been years since he had last heard another human voice. Years of solitude, of quiet days among the goats and pepper trees, of firelight prayers spoken into the hush of evening. The island had become a companion, a place of peace, but also of vigilance. And one morning, as he walked along a narrow path he knew well, something shifted. In the soft earth near a stream, he saw them. Footprints, not his. The shape was unmistakable, the deep heel, the deliberate press of toes, larger than his own and newer than the morning's dew. Selkirk froze, the old instincts of caution and alertness stirring to life once more. His solitude, which had for so long been unbroken, was now pierced by something unknown. He crouched low, listening. The forest gave nothing away. Birds still sang, the leaves still rustled. But the stillness now held tension, like the breath before a storm. He backtracked quickly, moving with silent steps up to a familiar ridge. There, he concealed himself beneath low branches and scanned the coastline. Below, on a rocky cove, he saw them. A group of men, 4, maybe 5, unloading a boat. They bore weapons. Their speech, carried faintly on the wind, was not English. They were Spanish. Whether they had come to gather fresh water or to scout the island, Selkirk could not say, but he knew their kind. Spanish ships still patrolled these waters, and privateers like himself were considered little more than pirates. If he were discovered, he would not be treated as a castaway. He would be taken, or worse. So, quietly and carefully, Selkirk vanished deeper into the island's heart. He had spent the last few years taming this land. Now he used that knowledge to hide within it. He knew which paths were softest underfoot, which caves would muffle sound, which trees could conceal the smoke of a small, hidden fire. He moved only at night, slept in different spots, and left no trace behind. The island that had once held him had now become his refuge, and this time not from loneliness, but from danger. The Spaniards did not stay long. After a few days, they left, whether satisfied or uneasy. Selkirk never learned, but even after their sails slipped beneath the horizon, the memory lingered. The knowledge that he was not as forgotten as he had once believed. He became more cautious in the months that followed. The wildness of the island returned a little, not in its physical form, but in his thoughts. He had known peace. Now he remembered caution. Not fear exactly, but a sharpening of the senses. The island had always watched him. Now he watched it too. Still, the solitude returned in time. The echo of foreign voices faded, and once again the rhythm of the land became steady. But Selkirk had been reminded the world had not disappeared. It was still out there, vast and unpredictable. And though he remained alone, he was not untouched by its presence. It was in the early months of 1709, more than 4 years since Selkirk had been left behind, when the sails appeared once more on the horizon. He saw them from his ridge, where he often sat in quiet reflection. At first, he squinted into the distance, uncertain if it was a ship or just the sea playing tricks again. But as the form drew closer, he stood. There was something different this time, a steadiness in the course, a shape that held. It was no mirage. And so, as he had before, he raced down the hillside. His legs were strong now, goat-like in their balance. He knew every stone, every root beneath the soil. At the shoreline, he struck flint to tinder and built his fire high. Black smoke curled into the sky, bold and unmistakable. The ship responded. Anchors were dropped. A boat was lowered. The men who stepped ashore that day were English, from a privateering vessel named the Duke, under the command of Woodes Rogers. They came ashore wary, expecting perhaps to find wreckage or an ambush. But instead, they found a man dressed in goatskins, darkened by sun and wind, his beard long and eyes sharp. He greeted them in English, though his voice trembled with disuse. It must have seemed to them a ghost from another world, but Selkirk was real, quiet, composed, though deeply moved. They listened, astonished, as he told his story, how he had lived alone on the island for 4 years, surviving on goats and wild roots, building shelters, crafting tools, keeping time not by calendars, but by the growth of trees and the arc of the stars. The crew of the Duke welcomed him aboard with awe and respect. Rogers, in his journal, would later describe Selkirk as a man clothed in goatskins who spoke with a sense and temper uncommon among sailors. In truth, he had changed. He spoke gently, sparingly. His manner had the calm of someone who no longer feared silence. He moved easily about the ship, but seemed almost to glide, as if still walking among ferns and stone, rather than pitch and deck. As the ship pulled away from the island, the only home he had known for years, Selkirk stood at the rail, watching it recede. There was no cheer, no cry of triumph, just the wind in his hair, the salty scent of sea air, and a long, quiet breath. His return to the world was gradual. He served as a navigator aboard the Duke, his skills still sharp, perhaps even sharpened by the discipline of solitude. He guided them with quiet confidence, earning the respect of officers and crew alike. In the weeks that followed, he slowly began to reacquaint himself with conversation, companionship, and the strange noise of society. But something of the island remained in him, a stillness, a steadiness. He had been alone, yes, but never undone. And now, at long last, the horizon no longer held him captive. It moved beneath him once more, wide and open, a path not of exile, but of return. Alexander Selkirk returned to Britain not as a celebrity, but as a curiosity, a quiet man with a quiet tale, told in low tones to those who would listen. His story spread in taverns and seaports, in pamphlets, and among naval men. A sailor marooned for years on a deserted island, surviving through patience and calm endurance. He had no flair for dramatics, no interest in selling his tale, and yet it took on a life of its own. Writers began to retell the story, each version embroidered a little more than the last. The solitude deepened, the dangers grew sharper, the man grew taller in recollection than he ever stood in life. But even as the tale passed from hand to hand, there remained a core of truth that no fiction could fully disguise. In 1719, 10 years after the rescue, a writer named Daniel Defoe published a novel titled Robinson Crusoe. It bore striking resemblance to the Castaway's true ordeal, though shaded with invention. The character stayed nearly 3 decades alone, built fortresses in the wild, and fought off hostile visitors. It was a tale shaped more for thrill than for truth. Still, at its quiet center was something unmistakable. The soul of a man reshaped by silence, strengthened by solitude. The seed of the story had been planted on that distant island, where endurance had grown not from spectacle, but from simplicity. Defoe had drawn deeply, whether knowingly or not, from the life of Alexander Selkirk. Back in Scotland, the returning sailor found it difficult to readjust. He walked the streets of Lower Largo once more, but the lanes felt narrower, the voices more distant. The village had changed. Or perhaps it was he who had changed. Eventually, he took to the sea again, not as a lost man, but as one with knowledge few others possessed. He served in the Royal Navy with quiet confidence, no longer chasing anything, only fulfilling what remained of the life the ocean had left him. He served quietly, respectably, but the island had marked him. Those who met him in later years noted something steady in his presence, a stillness behind his eyes, not haunted, not broken, just aware. A man who had known what it was to live without time, without voice, and who had returned with something stronger than fame. In 1721, while aboard HMS Weymouth off the coast of West Africa, Selkirk died of yellow fever. He was buried at sea, the waves folding over him one last time. No monument marked the spot, no grand farewell, just the hush of water and the rhythm of tide. And yet, in the centuries since, his story has endured. He is remembered not just as the man who inspired a novel, but as a figure of quiet fortitude, someone who met the harshest kind of solitude, not with despair, but with calm invention. A man who built a world from almost nothing and who left it, not by rescue, but by readiness. His island, now called Robinson Crusoe Island, still rises from the Pacific, windswept and green, silent under the stars. And somewhere in that silence, the memory of Alexander Selkirk still lingers. Not loud, not demanding, but steady as stone and soft as sleep. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the haunting tale of Jacob Waltz, better known as the Dutchman, a solitary prospector whose secretive life gave rise to one of the greatest unsolved legends of the American West, a hidden gold mine whose wealth and whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. For more than a century, whispers have drifted through the dusty, arid winds of the Arizona desert, carrying tales of an elusive treasure concealed deep within the rugged folds of the Superstition Mountains. Rumors spoke of gold so pure and plentiful that even seasoned miners found themselves astonished by its brilliance. At the center of these stories stood Jacob Waltz, a quiet, enigmatic figure who lived on the outskirts of town. During the winter, Waltz would vanish into the mountains, only to return with saddlebags heavy with gold of astonishing purity. Waltz never revealed his path. He left no map, and those who attempted to follow him often disappeared without a trace. He guarded his secret closely, speaking of it to no one, until the very end. As his life drew to a close, Waltz entrusted some of his secrets to a young man named Dick Holmes. This ignited a legacy of treasure seekers who dedicated their lives, or even sacrificed them, to the endless pursuit of a wondrous, hidden fortune. This story isn't just about an elusive treasure. It's about the enduring mystery of America's most famous lost mine, a legend that has survived gunfighters, treasure hunters, scholars, and adventurers alike. So settle in, take a deep breath, and journey gently now into the quiet shadows and desert whispers, following the footsteps of the Dutchman, Jacob Waltz. Arriving in the Arizona Territory in the 1860s, Waltz was lean and quiet. He was alone. He spoke little, but his accent betrayed him. Not Dutch as many believed, but German. His surname Waltz often softened in speech, until the locals called him the Dutchman. The name stuck. It suited him somehow. Foreign, distant, and hard to pin down. He settled on the outskirts of Phoenix, a dusty frontier town not yet tamed by time or law. He built a modest home, grew a small garden, and made just enough conversation to pass for another tired old prospector. But Jacob Waltz was different. Each winter, as the air cooled and the rain softened the land, he would vanish, alone. No fanfare, no announcement, just a pack mule, some provisions, and a slow ride east toward the Superstition Mountains, a place the local Apache had long held sacred, and others feared for different reasons. Stories clung to those peaks like mist. Men went in and didn't come out. Waltz always came back, and when he did, he brought gold. Not flakes or dust, but solid veins embedded in quartz, thick and heavy, so rich in purity it shimmered unnaturally in the sun. Those who saw it said it was nearly 1/3 gold by weight, an impossibly rich yield, unlike anything found in the region before. But no one could say where it came from. He never brought back maps. He never said a word about where he'd been. He lived frugally, never spent wildly, and never gave reason for suspicion. And yet, the gold kept coming. Shopkeepers whispered. Assayers widened their eyes. A few tried to follow him, but he always vanished into the hills, then reappeared weeks or months later, calm as ever, with just enough gold to keep himself comfortable for another season. To the townspeople, he was a curiosity, a local oddity. To the other prospectors, he was something more. Proof that somewhere in those mountains, somewhere among the buttes and ravines and ancient stone, was a mine so valuable it could change a man's life forever. Waltz never said a word to confirm it, but he never denied it either. He simply lived, as if he was keeping something at bay. There was no family, no companions, only one woman, Julia Thomas, a local shopkeeper who spoke his language and seemed to have earned his trust. They were seen together from time to time, quiet conversations, shared glances, but even she never claimed to know where he went. He grew older, but he did not slow down. Year after year, he returned to the mountains, drawn like a moth to some unseen flame. And each time, he returned a little more tired and a little more burdened. Those who saw him up close noticed it in his eyes. Not fear exactly, but something colder. Something he carried with him, like the weight of a story never told. A secret, perhaps, or a memory. And behind it all, a gold mine that no one could prove existed. And yet, somehow, everyone believed was real. There are stories that feel like legend from the very beginning, too large, too strange, too perfectly hidden to be real. But for Jacob Waltz, the story of the mine wasn't myth, it was memory. He had found it years earlier, during one of his many ventures into the Superstition Mountains. The year was 1877, and Waltz had been prospecting far into the rugged folds of the Arizona wilderness. He was alone, as always, searching the high washes and hidden ravines, where gold might hide beneath layers of volcanic rock and time. That part of the range was wild even by frontier standards. No maps, no trails, only shifting landmarks and the silence of the high desert wind. One day, his search was cut short. He was ambushed, perhaps by Apache warriors, perhaps by bandits. Accounts vary, and Waltz never spoke of it clearly. What is certain is that he escaped, injured and desperate, stumbling blindly through the rocky desert in search of water, food, and shelter. And that was when he found the footprints. Boot prints, not moccasins, proof of other men nearby. He followed them through a winding canyon until he came upon a small camp tucked in the shadow of the hills. 3 Mexican miners had pitched a fire, and they welcomed him cautiously. In their tired conversation, they spoke of what they had found. A thick vein of gold, so rich it was almost too much to believe. They showed it to him, and that was the moment everything changed. What Waltz saw was extraordinary. The ore was unlike anything he'd encountered in decades of prospecting, heavy with visible gold, running thick through white quartz, with veins as wide as his forearm. In today's terms, it would have been worth millions. To a man like Waltz, alone and hardened, it wasn't just fortune, it was fate. What happened next, no one can say for certain. But he returned from the mountains alone. The other men were never seen again. The canyon they had spoken of, lost to memory, never mapped, and never found by another soul. Waltz had not just discovered the mine, he had claimed it, and he would guard it the rest of his life. He never mined it openly, never filed a claim. He returned each winter and worked it in secret, slowly, methodically, taking only what he could carry out quietly. He was careful never to draw attention, never to leave obvious trails. He buried signs, altered paths, and worked by moonlight when needed. He told no one where it was, but each season he returned with just enough gold to keep his small life afloat, just enough to make others wonder, just enough to make men whisper. To Waltz, the mine was more than a source of wealth. It was a possession, a secret earned through hardship, blood, and silence. He had taken it for himself, and in doing so, he had severed any hope of sharing it. To speak of it was to invite others, and to him, that was unthinkable. He became more isolated, more guarded. He took fewer chances and trusted no one, not even those who showed him kindness. The mine had given him everything he needed, but it had also become something else, a burden. The deeper he kept it hidden, the more it seemed to possess him in return. It was his alone, but he knew that wouldn't last forever. And when his time came, as all men's time does, he would have to choose whether to take the secret with him or leave behind a trail for someone willing to bear the same weight. Years passed, and Jacob Waltz became a fixture in Phoenix, a familiar figure with an unfamiliar life. He was often seen walking the edge of town, his gait stiff with age, his clothes plain and sun-bleached. He spoke little, kept to himself, and lived in a modest adobe home, shaded by a small mesquite tree. To the casual eye, he looked like every other aging prospector who hadn't struck it rich. But Waltz had struck it rich, very rich, and he had done it alone. He kept his gold hidden, not in banks or beneath floorboards, but in the rhythms of his life. A quiet purchase here, a loan repaid in heavy ore there. The samples he brought in for trade were unlike any seen in the territory. Flecked with gold so pure, it barely needed refining. Assayers who examined it often looked up in disbelief, but no one could get close to him. Over time, a few tried. Shopkeepers, traders, and fellow miners would ask about his source. He'd smile faintly, offer nothing, and move on. He had become a man of riddles, not because he enjoyed mystery, but because he had no room for risk. His secret was too large to share. Still, one woman stood apart from the rest. Julia Thomas ran a small shop in town, an ice cream and oyster parlor of all things, a rarity in the harsh desert heat. She was a capable woman, independent and resilient, and she spoke German, Waltz's native tongue. In a town full of strangers, this gave her a foothold, and in time, a kind of connection formed between them. Waltz trusted her, at least a little, enough to speak freely now and then, enough to accept her care when his strength began to wane. Whether friendship or something gentler, their bond was one of the few human ties the old man allowed himself. And then came the flood. In the spring of 1891, a massive rainstorm swept through Phoenix, turning the dry washes into surging rivers. Homes were destroyed, livestock drowned. Half the town was swept away, including the modest shack Waltz had called home. He was found afterward, cold and frail, his belongings scattered or lost. Julia took him in, setting up a cot in the back room of her shop, offering him warmth, food, and silence. But the flood had done more than take his house. It had taken his health. Waltz grew weaker by the day. His breathing thinned. The light behind his eyes began to dim. And still, he said nothing of the mine. Out in town, a quiet urgency began to spread. Those who had long suspected Waltz of hoarding a secret now wondered if he might die without ever revealing it. Some believed he had shared the location with Julia. Others believed he'd taken it to the grave already, locked behind weathered lips. But one man still watched from the edges, a man who had once tried to follow Waltz into the hills, a man who remembered a campfire story from years earlier about a mysterious old miner and a gold mine deep in the superstitions. That man was Dick Holmes, and as Waltz's strength ebbed in the back room of Julia's shop, Dick waited, not for gold, not for fame, but for a chance to hear the truth, before the mountain reclaimed it forever. It was October of 1891, and the Dutchman was fading. Jacob Waltz lay still in the quiet back room of Julia Thomas's shop, wrapped in a rough blanket, a single candle flickering against the wall. His breath came thin, ragged at times, as though each exhale might be his last. Outside, the town of Phoenix moved on. Wagons clattered down dirt streets, horses drank from muddy troughs, and the desert sun warmed the rooftops. But inside, time had slowed. Word had spread that Waltz was dying. Julia had done all she could, given him shelter, warmth, and a place to rest, but she couldn't be at his side forever. So one morning, when the old man took a sudden turn, she slipped outside to fetch a doctor. And that's when Dick Holmes appeared. Perhaps it was coincidence. Perhaps he had been waiting. Whatever the truth, Julia saw him and asked if he might sit with the old man until she returned. Dick stepped quietly into the room, and for the first time sat face to face with the man he had followed from afar. The man he believed held the key to the most elusive treasure in the American West. He expected instructions, directions, something clear, but instead he received a confession. For nearly an hour, Waltz spoke, slowly, in fragments, often pausing to catch his breath or drift briefly into silence. What emerged was not a map, but a history. He told of a time, years earlier, when he had been stranded in the mountains, hungry, alone, and then, by sheer chance, he'd found a camp, 3 Mexican miners, strangers, who welcomed him cautiously. They had discovered a mine beyond belief, and they showed it to him without fear. What happened after was never spoken plainly, but he returned from those mountains alone. He described the gold, veins nearly 2 feet wide, rich and unbroken, glowing with the weight of fortune. For years he had returned to that place, working it in silence, taking only what he could carry, keeping the secret sealed. But the secret hadn't stayed untouched. One season, 2 soldiers showed up in Phoenix with gold that matched his. Word was, they had found something in the mountains. Waltz went back, and soon the soldiers were never seen again. There were others. A lone prospector, seen too close to the hidden trail. A nephew from Germany, sent by his sister to help him in his final years. But the old man had grown suspicious. The mine had made him paranoid, isolated, convinced that betrayal would find him if he let his guard down. So he acted. He described dragging the young man's body with a chain, burying him at a place called Agua Escondido, far from where anyone might ever stumble across the grave. And then, with something like resolve, or perhaps surrender, Waltz gestured weakly toward a wooden chest at the foot of the bed. Inside, he said, was the last of his gold, enough to prove that the mine had never been a myth, enough to honor a final request. If Dick were to take the gold, he must promise to send money to Waltz's sister in Germany, not for profit, for peace. The gold had taken many lives. Maybe it could still do some good. Dick agreed, and then, at last, came the directions. A canyon running north to south, a rock shaped like a man's face, a house built of stone. From the entrance to the mine, Waltz said, one could see the tip of Weaver's needle, but from the trail, the mine itself would remain hidden. He was fading fast, and just before Dick could ask the simplest of questions, whether the water in the canyon ran north or south, the old man slipped away. Jacob Waltz, the Dutchman, was gone. He left behind no map, only riddles, and a chest of gold, sitting heavy in the corner of the room, glinting with the last light of a secret that had now passed to another. With the Dutchman gone, and the gold in hand, Dick Holmes stepped into a story that was no longer just whispered. It was his now. He had listened carefully as the old man unraveled his guarded tale, collecting every hint, every cryptic description, and every fragment of memory Waltz had managed to voice. The directions had been far from exact, but they were all he had. A north-south canyon, a rock shaped like a man's face, a stone house nearby, and the subtle alignment of Weaver's needle, which was just visible from the entrance to the mine, but not from the trail. In the moment, it had felt like enough. But as Dick soon learned, the Superstition Mountains do not give up their secrets easily. He returned again and again to the range, riding through dry washes and stony gulches, scanning the skyline for that distinctive shape, a rock that resembled a man. But out there, everything begins to take on human form under the right light. Every boulder holds a face, every ridge a profile. Nothing stayed still long enough to be certain. Waltz had spoken of a stone house, but time had softened the line between nature and ruin. Crumbling outcroppings resembled shelter, ancient foundations now blurred by erosion. Dick found sites that matched the description nearly, but nearly wasn't enough, and still he pressed on. He followed what he believed to be the old government trail, one of several carved during the Apache Wars. Waltz had mentioned it, vaguely, but the problem was, there were at least 3 of these old trails, each twisting through different parts of the range. Which one had the Dutchman meant? Dick had chosen one. He couldn't be sure it was the right one. Worse still, he was no longer alone on the trail. The story had begun to spread. Rumors about Waltz's final days, the gold under his bed, and the young man who had sat beside him in those final hours. Some claimed Dick had stolen the gold outright. Others believed he had been given the true directions, and now carried a map in his mind. In a small town, gossip moves faster than horses, and soon Dick realized he was being followed. He would ride into the mountains, only to catch glimpses of others in the distance. Riders who stayed just far enough back. Campsites that appeared where none had been. The same kind of tracking he himself had once done to the Dutchman, now turned back on him. Sometimes he would abandon the search altogether, turning back to Phoenix before he reached the deep canyons, unwilling to lead anyone else too close. The mine had become a chase within a chase, not only a search for hidden gold, but a battle to keep others from discovering what he might already know. Still, he believed in the trail, and he sought confirmation wherever he could. One clue in particular haunted him, the Dutchman's story of killing his nephew and burying him with a chain around his neck, beneath a shelf of stone at Agua Escondido. So Dick returned there. He walked the ground with quiet precision, remembering the Dutchman's words, searching for any sign that might prove the tale was more than guilt-spun fantasy. And then, beneath a stone overhang, he found it. A grave. Inside he found bones, and wrapped around the remains, rusted but intact, a length of chain. The moment was grim, but it confirmed something vital. The Dutchman hadn't lied. His story, no matter how tangled, had roots in reality. There was truth beneath the superstition. And if that was true, then so was the mine. Dick Holmes returned to the mountains with renewed conviction, but the desert was vast, and time had worn deep into his joints. The clues still danced just beyond reach, and with each season, the journey grew harder. It became clear that if the search were to continue, it would need new legs. A younger man, one who understood the story and carried the same quiet patience. And so, Dick did what the Dutchman had once done before him. He prepared to pass the secret on. The mountains no longer welcomed him. Dick Holmes had spent over a decade tracing the Dutchman's clues, combing the superstition range canyon by canyon, wash by wash. He had seen the desert under moonlight and thundercloud, walked it under stars and punishing sun. But now, his knees had stiffened, his body grown heavy, and the rides he once took with ease had become long and painful. The search had taken something from him, but it had also given him something, a kind of purpose that stretched beyond gold, a connection to the land, to the mystery, to the long thread of fate that had begun the moment he first heard that story by a campfire as a boy. Now it was time to hand it over. He turned to the one person he trusted with the truth, his son. George Brownie Holmes was 16, capable, observant, and already a product of the desert. He had grown up hearing pieces of the story, never the full version, but enough to feel the pull. Now, Dick entrusted him with everything. The original directions spoken by Waltz on his deathbed, the places to begin the search, and most importantly, the quiet knowledge that not all who entered those mountains returned. But Dick didn't just pass along the clues. He passed along his caution. The mine, he explained, was not only hidden, it was watched. Just as Dick had once tracked the Dutchman, and just as he himself had later been followed, Brownie too would be shadowed if he ever got close. The advice was simple, but firm. If he ever found anything, a landmark, a stone house, even the mine itself, he must show no sign. Walk past it, leave it, come back later when it was safe. The weight of this warning settled deep. It wasn't said with fear, it was said with experience. Together, they planned a trip into the mountains, father and son, side by side. But like so many things in this story, the plan frayed. From the moment they rode out, they sensed others on their trail, riders who moved like shadows, camps that appeared where none should be, eyes in the scrub brush, watching. Dick had seen it all before, and so, once again, they turned back. It was the last time Dick Holmes would ride into the superstitions. The mountains had taken their toll. His body could no longer bear the climbs, the heat, the constant sense of being followed. But in his son, the search would continue. Brownie now held the clues, and just as Dick had done before him, he began to walk the lonely path that stretched out into the desert. He took a job at the Quarter Circle U Ranch, nestled deep within the range. It gave him both access and cover. From there, he could ride freely through the canyons as part of his work, observing the land, watching the light, listening for signs. But he was not the only one. The legend of the Dutchman's gold had grown, spreading beyond Arizona. Now, every drifter and cowboy with a pickaxe and a dream had heard the tale, and many came to believe Brownie had something the rest of them didn't. The final clue. Some offered trades, information, rumors, false maps, hoping Brownie might part with one of his own. He listened. Sometimes he nodded, but he gave away nothing of value. One cowboy told him he'd found a rock that looked like a man, just like the one described in Waltz's confession. He wanted to trade locations. Brownie declined. Not long after, the rock was gone. Some said it had been pried loose and thrown into a ravine. Whether out of spite or a desire to keep the secret buried, no one could say for certain. It was one more clue lost to time. But Brownie didn't stop. The mine was still out there, silent, sealed, and waiting. The trail was no longer just his father's. It was now his own. And like his father before him, Brownie would walk that trail for the rest of his life. For a time, the desert grew quiet again. Brownie Holmes kept to his rides through the Superstition Mountains, careful and watchful, always searching, but never speaking too much. He blended in among the cowhands at the Quarter Circle U Ranch, another weathered rider with calloused hands and far-off eyes. But the story never stayed quiet for long. In the summer of 1931, a man arrived in Arizona with something that hadn't been seen before, something dangerous and possibly priceless, a map. His name was Adolph Ruth, and by all appearances, He was an elderly man past his prime, silver-haired, limping, and weary from long travel. But Ruth carried with him what he claimed was a document unlike any other. A map, drawn in Mexico. Handed down, he said, from a line of men who once knew the mine's location. To most, it sounded like another tale spun in search of fame. But one detail made people take him seriously. Waltz, according to the legend, had stolen the mine from Mexican miners. If the map was real, it could predate Waltz's silence. It could point directly to the treasure before it ever became a secret. Ruth made his way to the quarter circle U, asking the ranch hands for help reaching the mountains. The cowboys were used to dreamers and gold chasers, but something about Ruth gave them pause. He was open, too open, talking about the map, about the clues, about the mine. He shared his plans freely, unaware that secrecy was often the only thing that kept a man safe in those hills. Brownie Holmes met with Ruth, and the two men talked at length. No one knows exactly what was said, but Brownie later recalled that the conversation lingered on the Dutchman, on the mountains, and on the dangerous attention a man could attract when he claimed to have a map. Summer in the superstitions is no place for the unprepared. The heat alone can undo a man, and Brownie warned him. Others did too, but Ruth would not be turned away. When no one from the ranch would guide him, Ruth hired two lesser-known prospectors and entered the mountains with them. He was never seen alive again. Days passed, then weeks, and finally, in December, 6 months later, a bloodhound led a search party to a spot near a well-traveled trail. There, resting upright in the dust, was a human skull. It was found not hidden, but placed, carefully, some said, as though meant to be seen. The rest of the remains were discovered nearly a mile away, scattered and sun-bleached, as if someone had moved them. The cause of death was officially listed as exposure, with damage attributed to animals, but the skull had two distinct fractures, and the map, the one Ruth had spoken so confidently about, was never recovered. Suspicion turned quickly to the two prospectors who had led him in. They had returned without him, saying little, but with no hard evidence. No charges were brought. The desert had covered its tracks once again. Among Ruth's scattered belongings, a notebook was found. Inside was one final entry, written in Latin, Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Beneath it, a cryptic line, 200 feet across from the cave. To some, it was proof. Ruth had found the mine, and someone had stopped him before he could return. To others, it was just a final flourish, a man determined to say he had won, even as the desert claimed him. For Brownie Holmes, it was another reminder, not of gold, but of danger. The mine, if it existed, was no ordinary place. It carried weight, and not every man who sought it would live to tell the tale. The legend had roared back to life. Adolf Ruth's disappearance, the eerie discovery of his skull, the cryptic notebook entries, all of it breathed new fire into a story that had never quite burned out. Newspapers, from coast to coast, picked it up. The lost Dutchman's mine was no longer just Arizona folklore. It had become national obsession. And yet, for Holmes, it was nothing new. He had lived beneath the weight of this mystery since boyhood. He had listened to it through the breath of his father, traced it through ridgelines, chased it through dust and distance, and now, more than ever, he felt its burden grow heavy. In the aftermath of the Ruth incident, the Superstition Mountains were teeming again. Men flooded in with spades and theories, dynamite and half-truths, each one convinced they were the one to finally crack the code. And more than a few of them believed that Brownie Holmes, the son of Dick, the man who sat with Waltz, knew something they didn't. They watched him, followed him. Some tried to befriend him, others tried to manipulate him. But Brownie had learned well. He spoke little, rode alone, and when asked about the mine, he smiled in a way that said nothing. Still, he searched. There were moments of hope. After his father passed in 1933, Brownie reviewed the old clues with fresh eyes, trying to correct what might have been misunderstood. One detail in particular haunted him. The reference to the old government trail. Waltz had mentioned it near the end, but Dick had never been sure which one he meant. There were multiple trails used by the military during the Apache Wars, each winding through the region in its own direction. Dick may have followed the wrong one, so Brownie struck out anew, following a different trail, and one day, something unexpected happened. In a stretch of ground rarely disturbed, the desert winds had blown away a layer of sand. Beneath it, burnt fabric, charred scraps of old clothing, lying just as Waltz had once described. Brownie remembered his father's words, passed from Waltz himself, that one of the victim's belongings had been burned to hide the evidence. It was a grim confirmation. Not far from that spot, Brownie found weathered timbers, unnaturally placed and half buried. Waltz had claimed he'd hidden the mine by building a framework over the shaft, then covering it with rock and sand until it blended perfectly into the landscape. He had even said a mule train could pass over it and never know it was there. Could this be part of it? Even closer still, ruins, a crude structure, ancient perhaps, or merely old. It matched Waltz's reference to a stone house, one of the landmarks supposedly near the mine. It was all close, so close. But then, in 1945, the trail slipped from Brownie's grasp. His horse, startled and wild-eyed, reared and came down hard, crushing his foot beneath its weight. The injury was severe. He would never again ride the high canyons or scramble across the broken terrain. His time in the mountains, like his father's before him, had come to an end. Still, the story had one more chapter to offer him. Unable to search alone, Brownie turned to someone younger, someone he had quietly watched and quietly trusted. He would pass the trail once more, this time not to blood, but to belief. In the long shadows of the Superstition Mountains, where the air turns still and the wind moves like memory through the stone, the Dutchman's secret remains. Jacob Waltz had kept it well, so well in fact, that more than a century later, No one has ever confirmed they've found the mine he once described. Not Dick Holmes, who heard the story firsthand. Not Brownie, who spent decades riding the canyons. Not even Clayton Worst, who may have come closer than anyone. Each found pieces, scorched rags, hidden graves, shaped rock, lost timber, bones beneath stone, and gold, always gold, glinting just enough to keep the dream alive, but never the mine itself. Some say it never existed, that Walt spun a tale from half-truths and hard luck, and that the gold he carried came from somewhere else entirely, stolen, traded, gifted. But those who saw the ore, those who held it, often said otherwise. It was too pure, too unusual, and always the same. Others believe the mine still lies beneath the desert, carefully hidden just as Walt said, beneath a layer of sand and stone, timbers buried deep enough that even the rains could erase every trace. The region has been blasted by dynamite, surveyed by aircraft, scanned by ground-penetrating radar. Men have searched for lifetimes, lost fortunes, lost hope. Some have never come back. Still, the pull remains. The fact that one man, through silence and sheer will, created a mystery so enduring that it has outlived every generation it has touched. Waltz never drew a map, never left a ledger. What he left behind was something more difficult to trace. A story, passed from memory to memory, like a secret just out of reach. Brownie Holmes died in 1980, having spent 72 years of his life searching. Clayton continued after him, moving carefully, never confirming too much. Even now, in the quietest corners of Arizona, there are those who still wander the canyons, watching the light shift across Weaver's Needle, looking for the next sign. A stone out of place, a trail too worn, a whisper from the past. They still search, because the Dutchman's gold has become something more than treasure. It has become a question. What lies hidden beneath our feet? What might we find if we follow the clues left behind by those who lived and died, chasing something they believed in? The answer, like the mine itself, remains buried and waiting. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Sir Ernest Shackleton, an intrepid explorer who led a band of brave souls toward a feat few had ever dared attempt: a full traverse of Antarctica, the most hostile, icebound continent on Earth. It's 1914. While the rest of the world is slipping into war, far to the south, Shackleton and his men sail into the frozen fog of the unknown, where drifting floes, cracking ice, and the ghostly wails of seabirds are muffled by snow and the white, desolate expanse. As their sturdy ship, Endurance, journeys through the ice, the drifting pack eventually closes around them, crushing the vessel and leaving 28 men stranded on the ice, entirely alone, over 1,000 miles from the nearest human settlement, with little more than the provisions they can carry. His journey wasn't one of conquest, though the headlines often glorified it. In truth, what Shackleton revealed was something rarer, a quiet, unwavering kind of leadership, tested not in moments of triumph, but in the long, uncertain spaces in between. When every plan collapsed, when hope thinned and the cold deepened, Shackleton did not despair. He simply remained steady, leading with presence and calm, unshakably committed to the lives in his care. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the deep, thunderous groan of breaking ice, or the terror of isolation suffered by these men, but on the quiet strength that carried them through, and the man who led them safely home. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk slowly with Sir Ernest Shackleton through the still, glistening silence of the Antarctic night. In the summer of 1914, as Europe braced itself for war, another kind of expedition prepared to set sail. Shackleton, now in his 40s and seasoned by years at sea, stood at the helm of a dream that had taken root long before: to cross the Antarctic continent from one coast to the other, a feat no man had yet achieved. His ship was christened Endurance, a name drawn from his family's motto, "By endurance we conquer." It was a sturdy wooden barkentine, designed with a reinforced hull to withstand the ice, a ship of strength and purpose, built not for speed, but for survival. The crew was a patchwork of trades and temperaments: sailors, scientists, carpenters, and cooks. Many had answered his now legendary advertisement, and while the exact words of that ad are still debated, the spirit of it remains clear. This was not a voyage for the faint-hearted. It was for those who sought something deeper, a test of the self, far from the world's noise. They departed London in August, skimming south past Lisbon, the Canary Islands, and then the coast of South America. In Buenos Aires, Shackleton's quiet authority became clear. He removed a troublesome officer and replaced him with Frank Wild, a loyal second in command and a calm presence who would become a pillar in the trials ahead. From there, they sailed to the whaling station on South Georgia Island, a last outpost of humanity before the Antarctic ice. There, grizzled Norwegian whalers warned Shackleton of a heavy ice season in the Weddell Sea. The warning hung in the cold air, but the expedition moved forward, the horizon too close to turn back. In December 1914, the Endurance pushed away from South Georgia and entered a world of growing silence. The sea turned colder, thicker. Icebergs floated by like ancient monuments, ghostly in the pale southern light. Albatrosses circled above. The sun never truly set. By January, they had reached deep into the Weddell Sea, and the ice began to tighten. What started as loose floes became a slow-moving vise. The ship pressed on, cautiously, as the men watched the water narrow into pathways of white. And then, on January 18th, 1915, the Endurance was caught. The floes closed in gently, almost politely. There was no great crack or crash, just a firm stillness, as if the sea had simply decided to hold them. They were now passengers on a frozen ocean. But Shackleton did not panic. He adjusted. Calmly, methodically, he began shifting the mission in his mind, from triumph to survival. The Endurance sat nestled within the tightening arms of the Weddell Sea. Around her, the ice stretched in every direction, a wide white silence, broken only by the low groan of shifting floes and the occasional call of a distant seabird. Above, the sun circled endlessly, casting long shadows that slid over snow and deck alike. At first, there was hope that the ship might break free. The men watched the ice with cautious optimism, believing that the southern summer might still open a path to shore. But the days slipped by, and the pressure built. The Endurance was no longer sailing. She was drifting, a captive in a frozen current that paid no heed to plans or poles. Yet life aboard the ship carried on. Shackleton made sure of it. He understood that survival was not just a matter of rations or shelter. It was morale, routine, and purpose. Each man had duties. The dogs were exercised. Meals were prepared with care. On Sunday evenings, the phonograph played gentle tunes, and the men gathered for readings, games, or quiet conversation. The ship's interior was transformed into a floating village. The crew called their makeshift quarters the Ritz, a tongue-in-cheek nod to luxury amid the cold. Frank Hurley, the expedition's photographer, wandered the ice with camera in hand, capturing the strange beauty of their imprisonment. His images would one day become the visual memory of this frozen world. Sails rimmed with frost, men silhouetted against the white horizon, the Endurance standing like a relic of another age. Shackleton, always composed, rarely spoke of fear. He moved among the men with quiet intent, observing their moods, sharing small jokes, stepping in when tempers flared. His leadership was not loud, but steady, the kind that wrapped itself around you like a wool blanket. Weeks turned to months. By March, the Antarctic night approached. Temperatures dropped. Darkness lengthened. The ice, no longer softening in daylight, grew denser, more forceful. The Endurance creaked and moaned under the strain, her timbers bending against the slow crush of ice. Still, she held, and still, Shackleton waited. He understood something vital. Control was no longer possible, but composure was, and in that calm, he preserved not just order, but hope. By the time winter cloaked the Weddell Sea in early April, the Endurance was no longer a ship, but a lifeboat encased in ice, utterly motionless, sealed in a white plain as far as the eye could see. Snow drifted silently around her, and the wind did not howl, but whispered low and cold across the vast stillness. Shackleton stood often at the helm, though there was nowhere to steer. He watched the patterns of pressure on the ice, listened to the deep groans and muted cracks rising from beneath the surface, the slow, invisible workings of a frozen ocean. He knew this continent would not be conquered by maps or boldness. It demanded endurance, and so he gave it just that. Inside, the men followed routines with calm diligence. The dogs were fed and exercised each day. Meals were kept hearty, even as rations began to tighten. Books circulated. Laughter, though thinner now, still echoed through the narrow corridors. There were moments of quiet celebration. Midwinter's Day was marked with music, games, and plum pudding. It was, Shackleton knew, important to mark the passage of time, to remind the men that they lived not in stasis, but in motion, even if unseen. Outside, the world changed slowly, and not in their favor. The pressure ridges rose higher, the ice no longer content to sit still. The Endurance began to list, her hull groaning under stress, as if sighing against the weight of months. Shackleton inspected the damage each day. He knew the ship was strong, but the ice was older, patient, and absolute. By September, spring brought not release, but violence. The floes began to shift with a new energy, breaking, grinding, reforming. The ship shook under the strain, her beams splintering, her sides bending inward like ribs under a great hand. The men were ordered to prepare to abandon ship, their sledges loaded, supplies repacked, tents readied. Still, the order came with no panic. Shackleton's calm gave them theirs. Then, in late October, with a deep moan and shudder, the Endurance was finally breached. Water poured in through the hull. Shackleton gave the order with a level voice. "She's going, boys. We've done all we can." They set up camp on the ice. The ship, their shelter, their warmth, their link to the world, was left behind. She leaned further day by day, until on the 21st of November, 1915, she slipped quietly beneath the ice. No longer explorers, the men were castaways now, but they were not broken. The ice still stretched ahead, the ocean still called beyond it, and Shackleton, unshaken, simply turned to the men and began preparing for what came next. The Endurance was gone. One moment, she had stood among the ridged ice like a weathered monument, her masts tangled with frost and sky. The next, she had slipped gently below the frozen crust, claimed without ceremony by the very world. She was built to endure. There was no drama, no panic, just the creak of timbers, a sighing rush of water, and the stillness that followed. The men gathered in silence, watching the spot where she had vanished. Shackleton did not look back for long. The ship was lost, but now a new mission came into sharp focus: survival and return. They were 28 men on a drifting floe, with sled dogs, 3 lifeboats, dwindling supplies, and no certainty of when, or even if, they would ever touch land again. Shackleton ordered the salvage of everything useful before the ship's final collapse: tinned food, lumber, tools, and the ship's Bible, from which he quietly tore out a few pages and left the rest behind. Among them the passage, "Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee." The ice became their new home. They called it Ocean Camp. Tents were pitched, gear sorted, and a routine established. Even here, adrift and exposed, Shackleton emphasized structure, and those silent frozen nights, as the sky danced with faint auroras, a new kind of courage took root. Not the bold courage of movement, but the silent strength of waiting and watching the horizon. Shackleton slept lightly, always listening for changes in the ice. He knew they were not stationary, only appearing so. Beneath them, the floe drifted slowly northward, caught in the Weddell current. It was a passive journey, but a journey nonetheless. The men played cards, told stories, and found what laughter they could. Frank Wild, ever Shackleton's right hand, kept spirits high. Hurley, the photographer, risked frostbite to save glass plate negatives. Images that would someday tell their story to the world. Even in this slow-motion ordeal, purpose was preserved. As weeks passed, cracks in the ice began to appear, jagged lines creeping closer to camp. The floe that had cradled them began to betray them. In December, the men shifted to a new site they called Patience Camp. The name spoke volumes. By April of the following year, nearly 6 months since the Endurance had vanished, Shackleton knew the ice would soon no longer hold. He began preparing for open water. It would not be easy. The sea was vast, the boat small, and the men weakened. But he gave no space to doubt. There was no speech, no declaration, only preparation, steady and sure. And in the hush of that endless white, the men followed his calm, not because they were without fear, but because his presence made fear bearable. For 5 long months, the men drifted on a slab of ice, riding a slow, uncertain current through the frozen belly of the Weddell Sea. Beneath their feet, the ocean moved invisibly, an unseen engine carrying them northward. The great continent lay behind them now, unreachable. Their world was ice and sky, sealed off from all that once was familiar. They called it Patience Camp, and patience was their only currency. Time was measured not by clocks, but by creaks in the ice, changes in wind, the slow tilt of sunlight across the tents. Food was rationed. Seals and penguins were hunted when they could be found. Each fresh kill meant more warmth, more calories, more days survived. Still, the drift was not peaceful. The ice shifted unpredictably. At night, it groaned and cracked underfoot, sharp reports splitting the silence like distant cannon fire. Several times, the floe broke open beneath their camp, swallowing gear, threatening lives. Each time, Shackleton responded quickly, not with alarm, but with quiet commands and swift reorganization. He had become their anchor. His tent was positioned closest to the men, not far from their own. He walked among them daily, listening, encouraging, and deflecting despair. Every decision, from meals to movements, he weighed carefully, not just for the sake of their bodies, but their minds. By early April 1916, the ice began to break more aggressively. The floe that had carried them across hundreds of miles now threatened to shatter entirely. Shackleton knew the time had come. They would have to abandon their frozen raft and commit to the sea. 3 lifeboats, the James Caird, Dudley Docker, and Stancomb Wills, were readied. Supplies were loaded, water casks filled, dogs bid farewell. They had carried the sledges this far, and now their work was done. Shackleton made the difficult decision to have them put down. It was done quickly, respectfully, and without ceremony. On April 9th, they launched the boats. The world of ice gave way to a cruel new frontier, the open polar sea. Bitter cold winds howled across the waves. Salt spray froze on faces and clothing. The boats were packed tight with men and supplies, barely enough room to shift or sleep. They rowed and drifted for 7 days, through slush and storm, riding the tides along the edge of survival. Frostbite claimed fingertips. Bellies shrank, but still they pressed on, driven by Shackleton's quiet presence at the helm. At last, through mist and fatigue, a grey shape rose on the horizon. Elephant Island, bleak, jagged, uninhabited, and entirely inhospitable. But it was land. For the first time in over a year, their feet touched solid ground. They were not yet safe, but they were alive, and for now, that was enough. Elephant Island rose before them like a crumpled sheet of slate, a jagged, wind-scoured refuge jutting out from the coldest waters on Earth. There were no trees, no settlements, no shelter beyond the haphazard folds of rock and scree. But to the crew of the Endurance, it may as well have been a sanctuary. After 7 days adrift in open lifeboats, buffeted by sleet and salt, tossed by heavy swells, the men rowed the final strokes toward shore. Their hands were blistered and cracked, their faces raw from cold wind and salt spray. Their strength, worn down to the bone, hung by a thread. Still, they landed. On April 15th, 1916, 497 days since they had last stood on solid ground. They scrambled ashore through the surf, dragging their boats onto the stony beach. Some kissed the wet stones. Others simply lay down and stared at the sky. The relief was quiet, not jubilant, but bone deep. They had escaped the ice. For the moment, they had survived, but it was far from salvation. Elephant Island was remote in the extreme, well off any shipping routes, unmarked by human habitation. No rescue would stumble upon them. If they remained, they would starve, freeze, or slowly fade from history. Shackleton knew this. So after allowing the men time to recover, he began to plan again. Not for the group this time, but for a breakaway team. If they were to survive, someone had to reach help, and that meant sailing back into the storm. The James Caird, the strongest of their lifeboats, was selected for the journey. Shackleton chose 5 men to accompany him. Frank Worsley, the navigator with a mind like a compass. Tom Crean, loyal and unshakable, and 3 others equally resolved to face the unknown, while the others constructed a crude shelter on the island, a low hut built from upturned boats and salvaged canvas. Shackleton oversaw modifications to the Caird. They reinforced her keel, added ballast, and raised a makeshift deck to shield them from waves. She was 22 feet long. The journey ahead would be over 800 miles of open, storm-lashed sea. Before departing, Shackleton spoke little. He simply reminded Frank Wild, now left in charge, to get the men through until I come back. There was no promise, no false hope, just an unspoken trust. On April 24th, 1916, the James Caird was launched from the rocky shore, slipping back into the grey swell. Shackleton and his 5 companions were bound for South Georgia Island, and whatever lay between. On the beach, the remaining crew watched the small sail grow smaller and smaller against the vastness of sea and sky. The waiting began. The James Caird slipped away from Elephant Island, her small sail catching the wind as the lifeboat turned its narrow bow toward open ocean. Behind her, the cold curve of the island faded into mist. Ahead, nothing but 800 miles of heaving sea and uncertain sky. The South Atlantic in winter was no place for a boat of her size. Waves towered like black cliffs, rolling out of the darkness without warning. The wind shrieked through the rigging. Salt spray froze into icy crusts along the boat's sides, threatening to sink her with the weight of accumulating ice. Shackleton, huddled with 5 men in the cramped interior, remained calm. His clothes were sodden, his skin raw from wind and salt, yet he never wavered. He rotated watches, kept spirits up with small murmurs of encouragement, and ensured the men drank and ate when they could, even when appetite was long gone. Frank Worsley, eyes red from cold, guided their course by stars when they were visible, by dead reckoning when they were not. On most days, they saw only grey, clouds and sea and wind all folding into one another. Yet his skill held. Their course remained true. The cold was unrelenting. Sleeping was near impossible. Ice formed on their blankets and clothing. Boots froze. Water constantly seeped through the seams. More than once, the Caird was nearly capsized by rogue waves. More than once, they bailed for hours to stay afloat. And yet, through it all, Shackleton never let his men see despair. He cracked dry jokes, offered morsels of encouragement, carried the silence when words were too heavy. On the 14th day at sea, a dark line appeared on the horizon. South Georgia. The island they had aimed for in blind hope and skill now stood before them like a miracle carved from stone and ice. But the sea was not finished with them. A sudden gale drove them past the island's southern coast, forcing a desperate landing on a rocky beach on the uninhabited side of the island. They were within reach, yet still impossibly far from the whaling stations that dotted the northern shore. The boat was wrecked, the men barely able to stand. Shackleton looked inland, not toward the sea, but toward the mountains that separated them from rescue. The journey was not yet done, and so, after resting briefly, he prepared for one final crossing. South Georgia was a place of wild beauty and brutal terrain, a narrow mountainous island sculpted by glaciers, ridgelines, and deep fjords. Shackleton stood on its southern coast, looking up at the snowbound peaks that separated him from the whaling station at Stromness. It was only 30 miles away, but the path had never been crossed, not even by the whalers who lived there. There were no maps, no trails, only cold, jagged stone and windswept ice. Shackleton selected 2 companions to go with him, Tom Crean and Frank Worsley, the 2 men he trusted most. The others, too weak to continue, would remain behind with the boat. Shackleton left them a promise, quiet but firm. He would return. They set out before dawn on May 19th, 1916. With only a length of rope, a carpenter's adze, and a few biscuits tucked into pockets, the 3 men began their ascent. Their boots, held together with twine and nails, slipped on the ice. The cold gnawed through every seam. Wind roared across the ridges. At times, they had to retrace their steps, realizing a glacier led to a sheer drop or a dead end. They marched through 36 straight hours without sleep. At one point, they slid down a slope, uncertain what lay at the bottom, a gamble made not from recklessness, but because there was no other choice. They fell, tumbled, and emerged safely. It was Shackleton who drove them forward. His sense of direction was uncanny, and his silence steadying. When Worsley hesitated, Shackleton pressed onward. When Crean faltered, he offered strength in shared pace. They were exhausted, hungry, their muscles trembling with cold. Yet they did not stop. And then, through the fog, a faint sound drifted across the valley. A steam whistle. They stopped and listened, hearts pounding beneath layers of frozen wool. The Stromness whaling station was near. Down the final slope they stumbled, ragged and frostbitten. The men who met them at the station could scarcely believe what they saw. 3 figures, caked in ice and soot, emerged from the mountains like ghosts. It had been 17 months since anyone had seen Shackleton. He asked no questions. He made no speech. He simply asked for a boat. Because though they had made it to safety, 22 men were still waiting on Elephant Island. The return to Stromness marked the beginning of another kind of journey, one not through mountains or ice, but through the quiet weight of responsibility. Shackleton, safe at last on South Georgia, wasted no time. His thoughts were already with the 22 men still marooned on Elephant Island, now over 3 months without word. He tried at once to secure a ship. The whalers offered what they could, and soon Shackleton was back at sea. But the sea resisted. Ice blocked the way. Fuel ran short. Each attempt failed. Once, twice, a 3rd time. Still, Shackleton did not give up. There was no frustration in his voice, only resolve. He simply tried again. At last, with help from the Chilean government, Shackleton secured the Yelcho, a small steel steam tug. It was not a grand vessel, but it would do. On August 30th, 1916, Shackleton sailed once more into the Southern Ocean. This time, the ice parted. As the coast of Elephant Island came into view, Shackleton stood on the bow, eyes locked on the shoreline. He raised his binoculars, scanning the beach. At first, Nothing. Then, movement. Figures running. A flag waving. All 22 men were alive. Frank Wilde had kept them together in Shackleton's absence, repeating the promise daily. He said he'd come back, and he will. Supplies had dwindled. Spirits had worn thin, but they had endured. When the Yelcho arrived, they were rescued in less than an hour. No lives lost. Not one. It was, in its own quiet way, one of the most extraordinary rescues in maritime history. No medals were given. No great headlines trumpeted the event. The world was now consumed by war, but those who knew the ice, those who understood the impossible odds, recognized what Shackleton had achieved. He had brought every man home. Leadership, he had once said, was a matter of character more than command, and in the long silence of Antarctica, through ice and fear and starvation, he had lived those words to their furthest edge. But Shackleton was not a man built for rest. The pull of the horizon still stirred in him, even after all he had seen. And so he began to plan again. In the years that followed the Endurance expedition, Ernest Shackleton did not slow down. Though his body bore the marks of his long ordeal, the frostbitten skin, the weary lungs, the aches earned in silence, his spirit remained unsettled. He returned to Britain to find a world at war, where tales of ice-bound survival were quickly overshadowed by the thunder of trenches and artillery. Still, he served. Commissioned into the army, Shackleton worked in a diplomatic and logistical role, never far from the sea, never far from his maps. He spoke little of the Antarctic, and even less of hardship. The survival of all his men spoke louder than any retelling, but the draw of the southern frontier never left him. In 1921, now in his late 40s, and visibly worn by years of strain, Shackleton announced one final expedition, the Shackleton-Rowett expedition. Its goal was loosely defined: scientific exploration, coastal mapping, and perhaps, once again, a quiet communion with the edge of the world. Before reaching Antarctica, the expedition stopped in Chile, where Shackleton had once been hailed a quiet hero. He returned briefly to Punta Arenas, where the people remembered him not just as a polar explorer, but as a man of quiet resolve and care. It was a time of gentle reflection, dinners with naval officers, conversations with dignitaries, and long walks along the cold coastline. For Shackleton, Chile marked a pause between effort and departure. A moment to breathe, to feel the gratitude of strangers, and to consider all he had endured. Then, once more, he turned south. In early January 1922, the Quest, his final ship, arrived at South Georgia Island, the island that had bookended his journey 6 years before. On the night of January 4th, he spoke softly with the ship's doctor about the future of the expedition. But in the early hours of the next morning, Ernest Shackleton died quietly in his cabin. He was 47. At the request of his wife, Emily, he was laid to rest there, on South Georgia, beneath a simple granite headstone, facing the sea. A fitting end for a man who belonged to the silence and the storms alike. He was not a man of monuments or great speeches. His greatness was quiet. It lived in the loyalty he inspired, the calm he held through chaos, and the truth that even when the world turns to ice, Steady hands and a steady heart can lead men home. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Sir Edmund Hillary, a humble New Zealander who dared to attempt the world's highest peak alongside Tenzing Norgay. Together, they set out to reach the 29,000-foot summit of Everest, something many believed was all but unachievable, a near mythical pursuit, fraught with danger, one that had already claimed the lives of too many foolish enough to make the attempt. Revered as sacred for centuries by the local Nepali people, who called it Sagamatha, Mount Everest and its summit were untouchable. At the time, Hillary stood on the brink of the unknown. Sharp winds sliced the thin air, and more than one expedition had seen explorers succumb to the cruelty of altitude sickness and frostbite, or vanish into whiteout blizzards without a trace. Every footstep, every swing of an ice axe welcomed new hazards, hidden crevasses, roaring avalanches, and the relentless squeeze of dwindling oxygen that tightened the chest and dulled the mind. Yet, Hillary pressed on, fueled by determination and an unwavering belief that even the impossible could yield to careful persistence. Though he was not alone in this quest, Hillary emerged as the steadfast anchor, wrestling his doubts in the biting cold. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we remember that true conquest isn't about bold declarations, but the courage to face what towers above us. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Sir Edmund Hillary, ascending through the remote Himalayan kingdom of Nepal to the ominous, frozen, wind-swept climbs of Everest. Edmund Hillary was born in the rolling farmland of Tuakau, New Zealand in 1919, a place of soft hills, long summers, and skies that stretched wide and unbroken. His father was a journalist turned beekeeper, a man of method and belief, while his mother, a schoolteacher, encouraged learning above all. In this gentle, open land, Edmund grew tall and awkward, a boy who often felt more at ease with books than with people. School days were not his finest hours. He was shy, often uncertain in conversation, and found himself retreating into long walks and daydreams. But everything began to shift on a school trip to Mount Ruapehu, a snow-capped volcano in the center of the North Island. There, wrapped in cold wind and crunching snow, Edmund felt something awaken in him. It was the beginning of a lifelong draw to high places, places where strength mattered more than talk, and where purpose could be found in every step forward. He returned home, changed. At university, he studied mathematics and science, though lectures never held him the way the hills did. Soon, he joined his father and brother in the family beekeeping business, a summer job that left the winter months free to climb. The southern Alps became his training ground. Towering and remote, they offered long routes, biting winds, and the kind of raw experience that no guidebook could teach. Hillary climbed with a mix of determination and simplicity. He wasn't graceful or especially fast, but he was methodical, tireless, and utterly dependable. Cold and fatigue never deterred him. It was here that he learned the rhythm of crampons on ice, the discipline of rope work, and the calm needed when the weather turned. When the Second World War came, Hillary served as a navigator in the Royal New Zealand Air Force, flying long missions over the Pacific. He survived a serious burn injury in a shipwreck near the Solomon Islands, but returned home with his drive intact, if not sharpened. After the war, he returned to climbing with renewed focus, pushing into higher and harder routes. By the late 1940s, he'd made a name for himself in local mountaineering circles, not as a star, but as a man others could rely on when things turned difficult. Then, in 1951, came the invitation that would shift the course of his life. A reconnaissance expedition was being planned by the British to approach Everest from Nepal. Hillary was selected to join. He was thrilled, but also measured. Everest wasn't just a mountain. It was the mountain. No one had reached the top. Many had tried. Some had vanished. But for Hillary, the appeal wasn't glory. It was the test, the purity of challenge, the chance to go higher, further, and deeper into himself than ever before. He accepted. And just like that, the boy from New Zealand's plains turned once more to the mountains, stepping into history one footfall at a time. The year was 1951, and as the long shadow of the Second World War began to lift from the world, a new kind of ambition stirred in the hearts of mountaineers. Everest had stood undefeated for decades. Approached from Tibet in the 1920s and 30s, it had turned back every attempt, some with finality. Now, political changes had closed the northern route, but Nepal, newly open to foreigners, offered a new path to the summit from the south. The British, who had long dreamed of claiming Everest, were assembling an expedition, not for a full summit attempt, but a reconnaissance, a careful study of the route, terrain, and dangers that awaited. Edmond Hillary, by then a respected name in climbing circles, was invited to join. He was not a nobleman, not a household figure, just a strong, reliable climber with a steady gait and a deep reservoir of endurance. Hillary joined the team, led by Eric Shipton, a man known for his love of exploration over fanfare. Together, they traced the Khumbu icefall and reached the western Coombe, high on the mountain's shoulder. It was difficult terrain, a maze of crevasses and collapsing seracs, but Hillary moved through it with patience and resolve. What he saw there stayed with him. Everest, for all its looming presence, no longer felt unreachable. It felt within the realm of human effort, barely. 2 years later, the real opportunity arrived. A full-scale British expedition was being planned for 1953. This was no small venture. It would require dozens of porters, tons of equipment, and the coordination of climbers, doctors, and Sherpas across weeks of relentless altitude gain. Hillary was chosen again, this time as a lead climber. The decision marked a shift, a recognition that experience, stamina, and composure mattered more than rank or origin. The team's other key member would be Tenzing Norgay, a skilled Sherpa from Darjeeling with years of Himalayan experience. Tenzing was more than a guide. He was a climber in his own right, with unmatched instincts and a calm presence that steadied those around him. Hillary and Tenzing soon formed a natural partnership, both practical, both understated, both focused on the climb ahead. Their base camp was set at the foot of the Khumbu Glacier in March of 1953. From there, they would move methodically up the mountain, establishing camps at increasing elevations. The British team was led by Colonel John Hunt, whose military background brought a sense of structure to the expedition. Assignments were made, equipment tested, and routines set. Progress was steady, but every camp gained meant thinner air, colder nights, and a growing strain on the body. Above them, Everest loomed white and still, catching the morning sun and drawing a line between earth and sky. Beneath their feet, the glacier groaned and shifted. Life became a rhythm of hauling, climbing, and resting in tents, where the air never seemed to fill the lungs completely. For Hilary, this was where he belonged. Each step higher was a stripping away of all distraction. There was only movement, effort, and the mountain. And somewhere above, just out of reach, was a summit that had waited long enough. The path to Everest summit began with a long, deliberate journey through the lower Himalayas, a winding approach that allowed the body time to adjust to the rising altitude. The expedition wound its way from the plains of Nepal up into the Khumbu Valley, through forests of rhododendron and across swinging rope bridges, watched by curious villagers and prayer flags fluttering in the breeze. By the time they reached base camp at over 17,000 feet, the air had grown noticeably thinner. Every breath came with effort, and even simple tasks demanded more from the body. Yet the mood among the team remained focused. Tents were arranged, supplies sorted, and plans carefully reviewed. The ice fall above them, cracked, unstable, and constantly shifting, was the first real barrier. The Khumbu icefall is one of the most dangerous features on Everest, a frozen cascade of towering seracs and deep blue crevasses. It groans with hidden movement, unpredictable and unforgiving. Hilary and his teammates began the slow work of carving a path through it, fixing ropes and placing ladders across gaps where the earth simply fell away beneath their feet. Progress was measured in yards. Each hour brought them closer to Camp 1. Above the icefall lay the Western Cone, a vast glacial valley cupped between steep ridges. It was stunning and surreal, a place where light bounced off walls of snow and time seemed suspended. But the altitude was merciless. Headaches pulsed with each heartbeat, and sleep came fitfully, if at all. Food was difficult to keep down, and conversation became sparse, each man conserving his strength. As the team climbed higher, they established Camp 2 and then Camp 3, ferrying loads up and down, always climbing high and sleeping low to acclimatize. Every piece of equipment was hauled by hand, with support from the Sherpas, whose stamina and instinct kept the expedition moving forward. Hilary's bond with Tenzing Norgay deepened with each shared task. Tenzing's experience on the mountain was unmatched. He'd climbed high on Everest before, and his sense of timing, terrain, and weather was crucial. Hilary, methodical and focused, matched him well. They worked in tandem, often without the need for many words. Rope work, snowcraft, and shared hardship built something between them that could not be taught, only earned. At Camp 4, just below the South Col, the weather turned. Fierce winds howled through the ridges, and the temperature plummeted. Progress halted, and tents were battered by gusts that made rest all but impossible. Patience was now as important as preparation. When the storm cleared, the team resumed its advance, pushing toward the South Col, a windswept saddle between Everest and Lhotse. It was here that final summit plans would be made. 2 pairs would be selected for the attempt. The first team, Tom Bourdillon and Charles Evans, would go first. If they failed, Hillary and Tenzing would follow. The waiting began, and above them, Everest remained unmoved, tall, stark, and still untouched by human step. The South Col sat at just under 26,000 feet, a barren, wind-scoured plateau where survival depended on movement, shelter, and sheer will. Up here, the body began to erode, cell by cell, under the strain of altitude and cold. Time was short. Any effort beyond this point had to be carefully measured. Every hour above the col came at a cost. Hillary and Tenzing settled into their high camp with determination rather than urgency. They were prepared, having made multiple climbs up and down the lower camps to acclimatize. Yet even so, each breath now felt shallow, and the simplest tasks, melting snow for water, lacing boots, left them drained. They had been chosen as the second summit team. The first pair, Bourdillon and Evans, made their bid on May 26th. They reached the south summit, painfully close to the top, but were forced to turn back due to equipment failure and exhaustion. Their attempt had pushed the route forward, but hadn't finished the climb. Now all attention turned to Hillary and Tenzing. The 2 men had grown into a partnership, forged by effort and shared purpose. Tenzing brought decades of experience in the Himalayas. His strength was unwavering, but more than that, he possessed a calm steadiness that others naturally trusted. Hillary, for his part, had earned respect for his reliability. He never rushed, never hesitated, and never gave in to the small defeats that could chip away at morale. Together, they worked with the team to prepare for the final assault. Supplies were hauled up to the highest camp, Camp 9, just below the south summit. Oxygen bottles, cooking fuel, food, and sleeping gear were carried in relay, step by heavy step. On the 28th of May, Hillary and Tenzing made the climb to Camp 9, where they would spend a freezing night perched above 27,000 feet. Their tent was pitched on a narrow ledge, secured with ice axes. The wind scraped at the canvas, and the thin air made every movement a conscious act. They boiled snow for tea, adjusted their gear, and prepared as best they could. There was no ceremony to it, no final pep talk or grand gestures, just 2 men, side by side, getting ready to step into the unknown. Sleep came only in fragments. Beneath their layers, frost gathered. Above them, the summit awaited, and far below, unseen but felt, the world held its breath. The morning of May 29th, 1953, began in darkness and biting cold. Hillary and Tenzing emerged from their tent just after 4 a.m. The first hint of dawn was faint on the eastern rim of the world. The temperature was well below freezing. Their breath rose in slow bursts as they readied themselves. Oxygen masks secured, boots checked, and climbing gear in place. Every movement demanded effort. At this altitude, known as the death zone, the human body cannot survive for long. Muscles weaken, minds grow fogged. But both men had trained for this moment, not just in strength, but in discipline. They began their ascent toward the south summit, where the first team had turned back. The slope was steep and narrow, the snow hardened by wind, and below each footfall was a long drop. Their progress was slow but steady, aided by the rising sun, which cast pale gold light across the ridges. Beyond the south summit, the mountain narrowed. A sharp, knife-edged ridge led to what would become one of the most famous obstacles in mountaineering, the Hiroo Step. A sheer rock face, some 40 feet high, perched at nearly 29,000 feet, where even strong climbers could falter. Here, the rope came out. Hiroo led, chopping footholds into the ice and rock with care, his hands stiff from cold and his breath rasping behind the mask. With a final heave, he pulled himself over the top and anchored the rope for Tenzing to follow. What lay beyond was not easy, but it was possible. The summit slope came into view, a gentle incline compared to what had come before. Step by painstaking step, they moved upward, oxygen dwindling, vision narrowing to just the next movement, the next breath. And then, at 11:30 a.m., they arrived. The summit of Everest. There was no roar of triumph, no crowds, just the sound of wind across snow and the curve of the earth far below. Hiroo reached out and shook Tenzing's hand. Then they embraced. Tenzing later buried a few sweets as an offering. Hiroo took a photograph. They spent only about 15 minutes on the summit. There was little time and less air. From this vantage, the world fell away in all directions. Mountains once thought vast looked small. Clouds floated below their feet. In that moment, they stood higher than any person had before. But the mountain allowed no lingering. The descent still lay ahead, and it would be just as dangerous. They turned and began their way back down, each step a retreat from history, each foothold a return to the living world. Climbing Everest is only half the journey. For Hiroo and Tenzing, standing at the summit had been a moment of profound stillness, but not rest. The descent from 29,000 feet would be just as testing as the climb up, perhaps more so. Their bodies were already weakened, their oxygen supplies running low, and the path ahead was steep, exposed, and unforgiving. They began the downward trek with deliberate care. The narrow ridge and the Hiroo Step, which had been obstacles on the way up, now became hazards in reverse. One slip here would mean a fall of thousands of feet. Their movements were cautious, their thoughts clear. The rhythm of descent, plant, step, breathe, took over, and they reached the south summit without incident. From there, the snowfields sloped more gently, but the effects of altitude were building. Hilary later recalled a growing sense of exhaustion, the kind that creeps in slowly but fully, urging the body to stop. But stopping was not an option. They pressed on, down toward the ledge, where their tent and gear waited at Camp 9. When they finally reached it, Hilary unzipped the tent and saw the face of fellow climber George Low. With a worn smile, he delivered the understated words that would become legend. "Well, George, we knocked the bastard off." That night, they rested at high camp. Though oxygen tanks were nearly empty and the cold bit deep, the knowledge of success brought with it a kind of inner warmth. Below them, the rest of the expedition was waiting, unaware of the outcome. The next day, they descended to the South Col, where the news spread with a mix of disbelief and elation. The path ahead, back through the camps, down the icefall, and into the green valleys of Nepal, would take time. But the weight of the climb was lifting. When the expedition finally returned to Kathmandu, word had already begun to travel. Radio messages had reached Britain just in time for the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II. The ascent of Everest became a symbol of something larger, an emblem of determination, endurance, and the reach of human effort at the very edge of what was thought possible. Hilary and Tenzing were celebrated, but they carried themselves as they always had, with focus, humility, and a steady pace. Their time at the summit had lasted minutes, but what they had achieved would echo for generations. The journey back from Everest was long, but filled with a sense of quiet satisfaction. As Hilary and Tenzing descended through the camps, their success traveled ahead of them like ripples on a still lake. By the time they reached the lower valleys, people lined the trails to greet them. In Nepal, the achievement was shared with joy and deep pride. Tenzing, in particular, was welcomed not just as a climber, but as a son of the Himalayas, who had helped place his homeland at the heart of a global story. When the expedition reached India, the scale of what they had done began to unfold. Crowds gathered at train stations, newspapers printed photographs, and dignitaries queued to offer congratulations. Both men were awarded medals. In Delhi, Tenzing was honored by Prime Minister Nehru, while Hilary began to understand that life, from this moment onward, would never quite return to how it had been. Back in Britain, news of the ascent reached London on the morning of Queen Elizabeth II's coronation. It was seen as a triumph of the Commonwealth. New Zealander and Nepalese, side by side, conquering the world's highest peak. Hilary was knighted almost immediately. Tenzing received the George Medal and widespread acclaim, though not a knighthood, an oversight that, in time, stirred discussion. Still, the respect between the two men never wavered. Upon returning to New Zealand, Hilary found his home transformed. He was now Sir Edmond, a national hero, though he remained distinctly unchanged. The same man who had once carted honey and camped on ice fields now stood before crowds and journalists, offering measured words and a modest smile. Fame, though vast, sat lightly on him. He had never climbed for accolades. Everest had been a test of endurance, not a path to recognition. And now, with the summit behind him, he was already thinking ahead, not to new peaks, but to how he might give back. For Tenzing too, the attention was immense. In the Sherpa villages, his name was spoken with reverence. Children were named after him. Though the world saw him as a hero, he remained deeply connected to his roots, speaking often of the mountain not as something to conquer, but as something to respect. Together, the two men had achieved what no one before them could, and yet both, in their own ways, remained grounded, aware that true achievement lies not in the moment of victory, but in how one carries its weight afterward. In the years following the Everest ascent, Edmund Hillary did not turn inward or retreat from the world. Instead, he turned back to the mountains, not to climb, but to help. During the expedition, Hillary had come to know the Sherpa people, not only as companions on the trail, but as families, teachers, and farmers living in the shadow of the world's highest peaks. He had seen how few resources they had, no schools in the higher valleys, little access to medicine, and only the most basic infrastructure. In 1960, he founded the Himalayan Trust, an organization dedicated to improving education, healthcare, and access to essential services in remote mountain communities. Over the years, Hillary and the Trust helped construct more than 24 schools, several hospitals, and small airstrips that allowed medical aid and supplies to reach places once accessible only by foot. He raised funds tirelessly, not with grandeur, but with steady purpose, often visiting donors in person and explaining the work in his calm, methodical style. For the Sherpas, Hillary was more than a visitor or benefactor. He became known simply as Burra Sahib, the big man, not because of his fame, but because of his presence, his loyalty, and his actions. In 1975, tragedy struck when his wife, Louise, and youngest daughter, Belinda, were killed in a plane crash in Nepal. They had been on their way to join him for more of the Trust's work. The loss was immense, and Hillary grieved in the only way he knew, by continuing. He poured himself further into the mission, ensuring that the projects they had begun would endure. Over time, he became something of an elder figure in the Khumbu region, a familiar face, lined by wind and time, who had once stood atop Everest and now stood beside them in their everyday needs. It was this legacy that Hillary would later say he was most proud of. Not the summit, not the knighthood, but the bridges built between worlds. Though Everest had been the pinnacle of Edmund Hillary's climbing career, his appetite for exploration did not end there. In the years that followed, he sought new challenges, not in fame or conquest, but in discovery, endurance, and meaningful contribution. He ventured not upward this time, but outward, into the vast cold reaches of the polar world. In 1958, he led the New Zealand component of the Commonwealth Trans-Antarctic Expedition, an ambitious crossing of the southern continent. Against expectations and orders, Hillary and his team pushed all the way to the South Pole, becoming the first to reach it overland since the legendary Amundsen and Scott expeditions nearly half a century earlier. In 1985, he took to the skies. Alongside astronaut Neil Armstrong, Hillary flew over the summit of Everest in a small twin-engine plane, a symbolic gesture by two men who had each, in their own way, stepped into the unknown and lived to tell the tale. But even amid these remarkable adventures, Hillary never strayed far from service. His work with the Himalayan Trust continued year after year, and he remained deeply involved in New Zealand life, advocating for environmental protection and youth development. He published books, gave lectures, and met world leaders, but he seemed to wear all of it lightly, never allowing the world's attention to alter the man at the center. In New Zealand, he became a beloved national figure, not simply for what he had done, but for how he had lived in the decades after. He remained an advocate for the Himalayas, the environment, and for people living in remote, underserved communities. He continued to write, to speak, and to encourage young people toward adventure, not for recognition, but for the growth that comes from facing something difficult and enduring it. Sir Edmond Hillary passed away in 2008 at the age of 88. His death was mourned around the world, especially in Nepal, where flags were lowered in his honor and prayers were offered from villages nestled high beneath the snow lines. In New Zealand, a state funeral was held, but more enduring than the ceremony was the memory of a man who had risen to fame and yet remained unchanged, solid, grounded, and generous. His legacy lies not only in that frozen peak above the clouds, but in every classroom built in the Khumbu Valley, in every young climber who dares to begin the long trail upward, and in every act of courage done without fanfare. His life was not measured in records or riches, but in resilience and service, a path climbed not for glory, but because it was worth the effort. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Sławomir Rawicz, a Polish cavalry officer captured and sentenced to 25 years of hard labor in a Siberian prison camp. After managing a daring escape, Rawicz walked more than 4,000 miles across frozen forests, barren deserts, towering Himalayan passes, and eventually to freedom. But he wasn't alone. After months of careful planning, Rawicz quietly slipped away with 8 others, disappearing beyond the barbed wire into a moonless night. Ahead were no signposts or guides, just an entire continent. Survival meant moving onward through unforgiving wilderness, navigating only by a compass and the stars, from Siberia's endless taiga to the lush green valleys of India's Brahmaputra plain. Gnawing hunger and thirst drove them to desperation, forcing them to survive on insects, leaves, bark, and whatever sparse nourishment the land reluctantly offered. At night, they huddled together through windstorms and freezing temperatures without shelter, then waking each morning to deep snow, blinding sun, or sweltering heat, and horizons that stretched into infinity. Then, most astonishing of all, near the journey's end, Rawicz claimed to have glimpsed 2 towering figures, covered in white fur, walking upright through the snow, never to be seen again. This is the story of a survivor driven forward by the human need to persist, one foot in front of the other, through sickness, starvation, grief, and overwhelming odds. And though some have cast doubts on parts of Rawicz's account, it still remains one of history's greatest tales of determination and relentless courage. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the vast distances he faced, but on the steady resolve that carried him forward, mile after measured mile. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey slowly with Sławomir Rawicz across the endless expanse of his long walk to freedom. The war had not yet finished tearing Europe apart when Sławomir Rawicz was taken. In the winter of 1939, he was a young officer in the Polish cavalry, sharp-minded, newly married, with a future that stretched before him like an open road. But all of that was swept aside when Soviet forces, now occupying eastern Poland, accused him of espionage. The charges were false, the process swift, and the punishment severe. He was transported across a frozen continent, bound not by chains, but by the grim finality of a 25-year sentence in a Siberian labor camp. The journey alone was punishment. For weeks he sat in the cramped dark of a cattle wagon, crammed among other prisoners, cold seeping through every board and seam. The days blurred into each other, marked only by the rattle of iron wheels, and the cries of those who could no longer stand. Outside, the landscape grew starker. Villages thinned, forests deepened, frost clung to everything. When at last the doors opened, it was not to freedom, but to Camp 303, a gulag buried in the heart of Siberia, a place unreachable by roads and untouched by mercy. There, beneath a dull steel sky, Rawicz was handed a shovel and a number. The guards barely looked at the men they commanded. The labor was constant, digging, hauling timber, moving stones, surviving, and above all, enduring the cold, which did not come in gusts or storms, but settled, always present, heavy as iron and twice as cruel. The camp took its toll in slow, grinding increments. Some prisoners deteriorated quickly, others held out longer. Rawicz learned to work just hard enough to avoid beatings, just slow enough to preserve his strength. He listened. He watched. He kept track of routines, which guards changed shifts, which fences weren't patrolled after dusk. There were moments, buried in the repetition, when he could almost feel himself disappearing, not just physically, but mentally, as if the camp's only true purpose was to erase its inmates from within. But he held on. Among the men around him were those whose names would later fade into the snow, and a few whose fates would become inseparable from his own. There was Mr. Smith, a pale and methodical American, quiet-spoken but dependable. Zaro, the Ukrainian, strong as an ox, often gruff, occasionally kind. Makowski, a fellow Pole with sea-weathered skin and sharp instincts, and others, still strangers to him then, whose paths would eventually align in ways none of them yet imagined. At night, when the fires burned low and the wind scraped across the barracks, Rawicz would sometimes close his eyes and picture nothing, not freedom, not escape, but simply the feeling of open sky, a space above, unmeasured by wire or watchtowers. That thought alone was enough to keep something in him awake. Because somewhere, far beyond the forests and snow, there was a world still waiting, and when the time came, he intended to press on to it. Time in the gulag did not pass in days, but in tasks. One plank carried, one tree felled, one breath drawn through frozen air. For Rawicz, survival became a rhythm, not of living, but of not dying. The camp at Camp 303 was both a prison and a crucible, stripping away all illusions and forging something harder in their place. Each morning began before the light arrived. A bell barked orders. Thin soup, when it came, swallowed in silence. Then the work began. They moved logs, rocks, earth, whatever the guards demanded. The cold was constant, and even the slightest breeze could peel skin from fingers already cracked and bloodless. The men wore the same clothes day after day. They slept two to a cot, back to back, using each other's warmth as a shield against the deep freeze. The guards didn't need to shout. Their presence alone kept the men moving. rifles slung low, eyes half-lidded. Punishment was rarely theatrical. It was efficient. A missed quota might mean fewer rations. A misstep in line might mean the whole. Pain came not in sudden bursts, but in the long, unrelenting erosion of strength, dignity, and self. But even in such a place, Rawicz found something to anchor him. He was not alone. Among the prisoners were men who had once lived full lives: teachers, merchants, engineers, soldiers, now reduced to numbers in a ledger. They came from Poland, Hungary, Ukraine, Germany, and even the far edge of America. Most kept to themselves, some barely spoke, but a few became companions in the way only hardship can forge. Mr. Smith, the American, had a calmness to him that felt almost unnatural. He moved slowly, deliberately, as if measuring each motion to conserve what energy he had left. There were whispers that he'd once been an engineer. He rarely confirmed or denied anything, but he listened. And when he spoke, others listened too. Zaro, broad and strong, gave the impression of someone who had survived worse. His face was lined, his beard full, and his hands calloused from a life of hard labor. He complained often, mostly about the food, or lack thereof, but never once did he falter when work needed to be done. Makowski, also Polish, had the easy confidence of someone used to storms. A former seaman, he had a sailor's knack for reading people, for sensing tension before it arrived. He'd smuggled extra bits of bread more than once, and once stole a length of wire from a guard sled without being noticed. It was with these men, and a few others who drifted in and out of their company, that Rawicz began to imagine something more than just endurance. He watched for the patterns of the camp, the blind spots between towers, the timing of the guard changes, the distance between the outer fences and the tree line beyond. He studied the stars when they appeared. He listened to old men speak of places they had once known, and how far, roughly, they might be from Mongolia. There were maps in his head, sketched in memory and guesswork. There was no route, no plan, but slowly, step by step, the shape of possibility began to form. Escape. It was unthinkable. But then, so was walking to freedom. And yet, the alternative, to remain, to disappear piece by piece in that frozen place, was not one Rawicz could accept. Somewhere ahead was distance, hardship, the unknown, but it would be his to choose, and he was ready. The decision to escape came gradually, like frost creeping through cracks in a wall, slow, unnoticed at first, until it was everywhere. Sławomir Rawicz did not announce his intentions. He simply began to notice more, remember more. How long it took the guards to circle the camp, which dogs barked and which merely watched, where the wire fences sagged under snowdrifts, and most importantly, who among his fellow prisoners might risk everything for the chance to breathe free air again. It was around a low-burning fire one evening that the subject finally surfaced, not directly, but in suggestion. A conversation about the stars, about direction, about Mongolia to the south, about the warm winds that might blow somewhere beyond the wall of trees. Makowski nodded first, his eyes fixed on the firelight, reflecting on places he'd once known. Beside him, Mr. Smith remained still, quiet as ever, weighing distances in his mind, perhaps already knowing how far it might be to the border, perhaps only needing to hear it spoken. Zaro responded with a grunt, part challenge, part acknowledgement, as if testing the thought aloud. Rawicz met it with a glance, and something passed between them. Not agreement, not certainty, but something just as strong. After that, the idea became real. Not yet a plan, but a shape, passed between them in fragments. They couldn't speak of it often, not where others might hear. Informers were always a risk, and a single misplaced word could mean death or solitary confinement. So they whispered at night, over cracked bread and melting snow. They shared guesses, drew invisible maps with fingers in the dirt, calculated how long a man could carry on without proper boots, how to steal food, how to disappear. They agreed. The journey would have to be made in late winter or early spring. The snow would be thinning, the rivers still frozen, and if they could reach Mongolia, there might be refuge. But to get there, they would have to cross hundreds of miles of forest and ice. No certainty, no turning back. A small, vital circle formed. Rawicz, Smith, Zaro, and Makowski, and a few others whose names would soon be written into the frozen earth alongside theirs. Kovalev, Paluchovich, Batek, and Christina, a young woman who had arrived in the camp only weeks before, her history unknown, but her strength evident in the way she carried herself. Her presence shifted something in the group. Not protection, she didn't ask for it, but a sense of shared purpose, made stronger by the risk she took simply in joining them. Over the weeks that followed, they gathered what little they could. A piece of flint, a strip of leather, a coil of wire. Small things, hidden in sleeves, tucked beneath mattresses. They would need more, but they knew better than to rush. The forest beyond the camp held no promises, only possibility, and they would enter into it soon. The night they left was colder than most, though the air no longer carried the deep bite of midwinter. Snow still blanketed the ground, but beneath it, the earth was softening, just enough for footsteps to sink, just enough for the promise of spring to feel barely, faintly, within reach. They chose a moonless night, when the stars offered little guidance, but the shadows offered cover. Each man moved in silence, their breath barely visible, their hearts beating not with fear, but with something sharper, resolve. There were 9 of them, 9 souls passing through the final barrier that separated them from the wilderness beyond. Rawicz led, not because he claimed authority, but because his mind had been going down this path for months. Behind him, Smith went lightly, already scanning the darkness ahead. Zaro moved like a man who expected to be hunted. Makowski, calm and methodical, brought up the rear. Christina pressed on somewhere near the center, steady, her eyes forward. They had prepared for weeks, yet their supplies were still meager. Scraps of bread, a small tin of dried meat, stolen matches wrapped in cloth, a length of rope, a crude axe, and a compass taken from an inattentive guard. They wore layers of ragged clothing, scavenged wool, and whatever they could find to bind around their feet. There were no packs, no proper maps, only will and instinct. Within the first few miles, the sounds of the camp disappeared behind them. There were no searchlights now, no guards shouting from towers, just the vast expanse of forest, endless, quiet, unknowable. For days, they moved through the pines, following rivers when they could, watching the sun by day and the stars by night. They rationed food carefully, sleeping in shallow pits or beneath fallen branches. Each morning they rose frozen and sore, but they rose. They had one rule: keep moving. There were dangers, of course. Wolves, though unseen, were heard in the distance. A frozen stream gave way beneath Zaro's foot, soaking him to the knee and forcing the group to stop and build a fire. One night, they heard voices, distant, slurred, carried on the breeze, possibly hunters, possibly worse. They lay still until the sound faded. Hunger came swiftly. Their rations dwindled faster than expected. Snowmelt filled their flasks, and tree bark, moss, and the occasional root became a meal. Christina found edible fungi beneath a log. Makowski caught a hare with a handmade snare. Each small success lifted their spirits, if only for a day, but always they kept moving, southward, toward Mongolia. As the forest thinned and the air grew milder, they crossed into terrain that none of them recognized. Low hills, long stretches of frozen grassland, valleys painted with drifting fog. They avoided roads. They avoided people. The farther they went, the more the world seemed to open, and yet the weight of the distance ahead only grew heavier. By the end of their second week on foot, the group had lost track of time. Faces grew hollow, feet blistered and bled, yet no one spoke of stopping. They had escaped, yes, but they were far from free. Freedom would not be found behind them. It lay somewhere ahead, across deserts and mountains, across every impossible stretch of earth, still waiting beneath their battered souls. The land rolled on before them, endless and pale, a vast indifferent canvas of snow and ice. Forests fell away behind, replaced by frozen plains where the wind met no resistance. There were no trees now, no cover, only wide open ground, stretching as far as the eye could see, and the long shadow of each man cast across it by the low arc of the sun. They moved in single file, heads bowed against the wind. The rhythm was slow, plodding, driven not by urgency, but by necessity. There was no way to measure progress beyond the shifting position of the stars and the faint pull of the compass needle in Ravich's hand. By now, their feet were wrapped in layers of cloth, torn from what little clothing they had to spare. Some had fashioned crude soles from bark and twine. Every night they removed them, revealing skin rubbed raw, toes blackening at the edges. Still, they walked. Food was nearly gone. They had long since finished the bread and meat. Now they scavenged. Roots, lichen, the rare frozen berry. One day, Makowski spotted a crow circling low overhead. They waited, still as stones, until it landed. Then Zaro brought it down with a thrown rock. It wasn't enough for all of them, but it was something. That night, the fire hissed low and oily as they roasted what little meat there was. Conversation grew less frequent. Energy had to be conserved. They spoke only when necessary, to warn, to point, to guide. Even Christina, who had once hummed softly to herself on the march, grew silent. Her steps, like theirs, were smaller now. One evening, Smith staggered and fell. His leg had given out, a twisted knee from a hidden patch of ice. He cursed softly, not in pain, but in frustration. Rawicz knelt beside him and said nothing. After a long moment, the others helped lift Smith onto a makeshift sling, a loop of cloth drawn between two sticks. He was light, lighter than any man his size should be. They took turns carrying him. No one suggested leaving him behind. The wind continued its slow, sweeping passage across the steppe. The sky above, pale and wide, offered no sign of change, no settlement, no ridge, only sky, snow, and their own breathing. At night, the stars returned, hard points of light in a vast dome. They curled together beneath what coverings they had, pressing close for warmth, bones against bones. Christina's cough was growing worse. Zaro had taken to walking with his eyes half shut, conserving effort. Makowski still scanned the horizon, but less often now. Rawicz did not count the days. The numbers had become meaningless. There was only distance, behind and ahead. The only measure of progress was the act of continuing. Each morning he rose with the same thought. One more day, then one more. And so they moved forward, across the endless white, into the unknowable reach of the land beyond. The change came slowly, almost imperceptibly. Snow thinned, the cold lost its teeth, and the ground beneath their feet grew firmer, drier, and strangely bare. Where once the world had been coated in ice and silence, it now stretched out in dull, sandy hues, vast and cracked. They had crossed from frozen Siberia into Mongolia, and before them now lay the next great trial, the Gobi Desert. It was not the heat that greeted them at first, but the emptiness. The desert was not a single terrain, but a series of shifting challenges. Hard pan earth, shallow scrub, rocky outcrops, and long blinding tracts of sand. And above it all, the sun, fierce and absolute. Without trees, without shade, it ruled the days without mercy. Their clothing, meant for frost, now became a burden. Layers were stripped, wrapped around heads and shoulders to block the sun. Their skin, already cracked from the cold, now blistered under the relentless glare. Lips split, throats dried. They had traded one form of suffering for another. Water was their greatest concern. Snow had once sustained them, melting in tin cups and flasks. Now, they scanned the horizon for any sign of wells or pools, any hint of moisture in a land that gave none. They found trickles occasionally, brackish puddles in shaded crevices or the base of cliffs. Once, they stumbled upon a goat trail that led them to a shallow spring, no deeper than a bowl. It was enough to live another day. Their bodies grew weaker. Hunger became a dull ache rather than a sharp pain. They spoke rarely. Every word cost energy. Christina's cough had deepened, and though she masked it with a scarf, they all heard it, rasping in the night, growing slower each day. Zaro's strength began to fade. His wide shoulders, once the anchor of the group, now slumped. Still, he carried more than his share, stubborn to the last. Smith, whose leg had improved enough to limp beside them, walked with a stick fashioned from driftwood they'd found by a dried riverbed. He did not complain. None of them did. Sometimes they passed bones, animal or human, it was hard to say, bleached white by sun and time, a warning, or perhaps a reassurance that others had come this way, even if they hadn't made it far. The days scorched them, the nights, surprisingly, still chilled. They wrapped themselves in whatever they had, curled under the stars, their backs to the wind. Sleep came in fits, broken by the sting of sand or the groaning of joints. Insects found them, small desert creatures drawn to heat and motion. They brushed them off and kept moving, and through it all, Rawicz watched the sun, watched how it arced across the sky, watched how it dipped each evening just a little farther to the west. They were making progress. However slow, however punishing, they were moving forward. The Gobi had no guards, no fences, no orders. It didn't need them. It simply watched, unblinking, and asked the same question of every traveler. How badly do you want to keep going? And each morning, Rawicz stood, bones aching, lips cracked, vision blurred, and took the next step. The Gobi did not roar. It did not rage. It simply pressed in, day after day, vast and unmoving, a land where the earth cracked and flaked beneath their feet, where the air shimmered with heat and illusion, and where each horizon revealed only more of the same. By now, they were shadows of themselves, shoulders sloped, cheeks hollow. Their clothing hung from them like draped rags, soaked through with sweat by day, stiff with frost by night. Even their footprints seemed to vanish behind them, swallowed by time. Food was almost gone, and water came only in sips, found rarely and guarded fiercely. There were times they went whole days without finding any, mouths too dry to speak, but the body, stubborn thing that it is, clung to life. It was Zaro who spotted the first snake, a flicker of movement across a patch of cracked stone. His hand darted out without hesitation, pinning the creature behind its head. The others stood back, watching as he lifted it, long, slender, writhing in his grip. No one asked whether it was safe to eat. They already knew the answer. That night, they built a small fire beneath the break of a low ridge. The breeze was mild, and for once, the sand did not bite. Zaro slit the snake with a sharpened stone, peeling the skin in long strips, the meat pale and fibrous beneath. They roasted it slowly, turning the pieces until the edges curled. It wasn't much, a few bites each, but after days of hunger, it felt like a feast. In the days that followed, they kept watch for more. They learned to move quietly near shade, near outcroppings and scattered rock. Once, Christina found a snake coiled beneath a dried bush, motionless in the heat. Makowski used his walking stick to pin it, Rawicz finishing it with a swift blow. They ate in silence, savoring the warmth, the brief illusion of strength. But food could not cure everything. Christina's cough had deepened. She no longer spoke unless asked. Her pace slowed. Twice she stumbled without cause. Rawicz stayed close to her now, not out of pity, but out of a growing awareness that she was slipping. At night, she barely moved. Smith gave her his scarf. Zaro placed her near the center of the group when they lay down, where the warmth was strongest. There were hallucinations too. At times, they saw lights on the horizon, villages, campfires, lines of trees. They hurried toward them, only to find dry hills or piles of stone. Rawicz once thought he heard music, a piano, distant, echoing on the wind. When he told Smith, the American only nodded, not surprised. And still, no one stopped. Their shoes had long since given out. Some wrapped their feet in layers of cloth. Others wore strips of hide scavenged from animals long dead. Blisters turned to sores. Some toes blackened, but no one asked to stop. At one point, they passed what looked like a campsite, ancient, abandoned, a ring of stones, a rusted tin cup. It gave them no comfort, only the reminder that others had passed this way before, and perhaps not all had made it out. The Gobi had taken many and asked no forgiveness, but Rawicz, sunburned and unshaven, eyes shaded by a strip of cloth, kept moving. His legs burned, his lips cracked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Yet in his mind, the desert was already behind him. Ahead were mountains, and beyond them, freedom. The desert, at last, began to change. Not in great dramatic shifts, but in subtle signs. A different curve to the land, a gentle breeze, a sky that no longer beat down with such cruelty. Scrub returned, then a sparse tree or two. Small streams ran in narrow channels, too shallow to drink from, but promising. The air grew thinner, cooler, and then, far in the distance, something vast rose on the horizon. Mountains. Not the low ridges they had seen before, but true giants, the northern reaches of the Himalayas, broad and immovable, dusted in white, even in spring. The men stopped when they first saw them, not speaking, not even moving for a long while. There was no triumph in their faces, only awe and something close to fear, because what lay ahead was not an ending, but a final test. The crossing would be treacherous. No maps, no known passes, no Sherpas, no equipment, just legs that had walked for thousands of miles, and bodies too light to cast proper shadows. Still, the mountains gave them something they had lacked for weeks, a destination they could see. They climbed slowly, always upward, finding narrow paths along goat tracks, clinging to rock and loose soil. The air thinned with each ascent, forcing them to stop more frequently, lungs aching for oxygen. Breathing became a task of its own, drawn deep, slow, deliberate. It was in those higher elevations that Christina fell behind. She had grown quieter with each passing day, her strength leached by the desert and the constant movement. Rawicz had kept close, helping her over stones, through streams, offering his arm when the trail narrowed. But now, each step was a mountain for her. Her lips were pale, her eyes unfocused. They paused in a small glen, sheltered by rock, and gave her their remaining water. She drank, slowly, carefully, as if trying to make the moment last. That night, they built a fire, the first in days, and sat in a rough circle. She passed in her sleep before dawn. No words were spoken. They wrapped her in the last of their spare cloth, buried her where the earth was soft enough, and stacked stones to mark the place. A small cairn in the shadow of a Himalayan ridge. She had traveled farther than most ever would. They moved on. The passes grew colder. Snow returned, clinging to ledges and blanketing narrow valleys. Zaro had begun coughing now. Makowski's hands trembled when he tried to hold the walking stick. Smith's leg, once almost healed, had begun to stiffen in the cold. They ate little, boiled leaves, a bird once, a few insects, and always they drank from the streams, cold and clear, water that seemed to come from the sky itself. Each morning they rose slower. Each climb stretched longer. Yet with each bend in the path, the land grew more hospitable. Small villages seen from afar, tiny plumes of smoke, signs of life. And then, one afternoon, as they crossed a narrow pass beneath a jagged ridge, they looked out and saw green. It lay far below, forest, rivers, fields, India. They had reached the final edge. The world they had come from was now behind them. But the journey wasn't over. Not yet. The path down from the Himalayas was no descent in the usual sense. It was fractured and steep, a slow, testing unraveling of will and strength. Each stone underfoot threatened to turn an ankle. Each ridge revealed not sanctuary, but more sky and more thinning air. The group had little left to give. Zaro leaned now on Makowski's shoulder. Smith hobbled stiff-legged, his injured knee wrapped in strips of cloth. Rawicz felt every breath as effort, but he moved still with purpose, scanning the mountainside, not for paths, but for anything. A trail, a stream, a way down. One evening, as they climbed toward a narrow saddle between peaks, they saw movement on a snow-covered slope across the valley. Two shapes, distant but distinct, made their way upright across the ridge. Tall figures moving across the snow. At first, the group froze, unsure if what they saw was real. The figures were broad-shouldered, covered, it seemed, in hair or rough hide, and they moved not with the scampering gait of animals, but with deliberation. No one spoke. The creatures didn't appear to see them. Or perhaps they did, and simply didn't care. They passed through a break in the rocks and disappeared, leaving only a vague trail behind them in the snow. There were no answers and no desire to chase them, but the sight lingered. Another strangeness in a world that had already pushed the bounds of the possible. That night, they found shelter in a low, narrow cave used before by goats. The scent of animals still clung to the stone, warm, earthy, oddly comforting. They crouched inside, grateful for cover, and built a small fire from gathered twigs. Christina curled near the warmth, her breathing faint but steady. No one mentioned the figures on the slope. They had already seen too much to be frightened by shadows. In the morning, they entered into a world transformed. The wind was softer. The sky carried warmth. The peaks behind them now seemed softened, blurred by morning haze. And far below, threading through the valleys, they saw it. Green, Forests, fields, signs of life. India. Villages appeared like brushstrokes along the land, modest and scattered. The group moved toward them with care, aware of how they must look. Hollow-faced, clothes in tatters, their voices barely above whispers. But they were received not with fear, but with food, warmth, a place to sit and rest their legs. Soon, British officials were contacted. The survivors were taken into care, fed, clothed, examined. And as Rawicz sat beneath a proper roof for the first time in nearly a year, he allowed himself to stop thinking about the next step. There were no more steps. They had walked across half the world, from barbed wire and watchtowers to towering peaks and strange, silent figures in the snow. And somehow, they had arrived. In the months that followed, the noise of the world returned, not suddenly, but in slow layers. The rhythm of footsteps was replaced by the murmur of voices, the rustle of clothing not made from rags, the soft scrape of cutlery in bowls. The men who had once counted every step now sat on benches in rooms with walls, learning once again how to be still. Rawicz spoke little at first. There was food now, warmth, safety. British officers in India had taken them in, given them rest, medical care, and time. But what had passed between the camp and the cave was not something easily translated. Even when asked, Rawicz spoke plainly. Facts, not embellishments. They had walked. They had survived. That was enough. Of the original group, only a handful remained. Zaro had fallen ill not long after they reached India. His strength, which had carried them through so much, had simply run out. Smith, the quiet American, stayed in the north for a time, then disappeared into the folds of post-war chaos. Makowski, ever resourceful, made his way to the coast, seeking ships and familiar tides. Their names faded from the record, but not from Rawicz's mind. Christina, buried beneath a cairn of Himalayan stone, remained the silent heart of their journey, a reminder of what it had cost. Rawicz eventually made his way to England. He found work. He built a life. He remarried. Years later, he would write down the story, not for fame or fanfare, but because someone asked, and he felt it deserved to be remembered. The Long Walk was published in 1956, a simple title for an impossible journey. And though questions would later arise about documents, timelines, whether he himself had made the full crossing, Rawicz never wavered. He told what he knew, what he lived, what he remembered, step by step. Whether every mile belonged to him or to others he met along the way, the heart of the journey remained unchanged. Men who had nothing left but the will to go forward, who crossed the emptiest places on earth, not with weapons or wealth, but with bone, grit, and direction. There were no medals, no statues, only the long silence between footsteps. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca, a Spanish nobleman and explorer turned castaway. His journey across the wild interior of 16th century North America remains one of the most astonishing feats of resilience and personal reckoning in history. Born 2 years after Columbus first set sail, de Vaca grew up in a world that, for Europeans, was suddenly larger, wilder, and ripe with promise. He began with grand intentions, seeking fortune and fame to claim the vast and uncharted lands of what the Spanish referred to as La Florida. But what was meant to be a glorious conquest unraveled into a nightmare. Storms scattered his ships, starvation set in, and almost all of de Vaca's 600 men were lost to the swamps, the heat, and disease. From the low, marshy shores near present-day Tampa Bay to the rugged highlands of northern Mexico, de Vaca and his 3 remaining companions traveled more than 3,000 miles over 8 long years, unarmed, half-starved, and often at the mercy of strangers who spoke a language they could not understand. Along the way, de Vaca shed the trappings of a conquistador and Spanish nobleman and began to see the world differently, eventually returning to Spain not as a triumphant conqueror driven by greed, but as a man utterly transformed, humbled, and determined to speak for those whose stories were seldom told. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow in his footprints through tangled forests, vast plains, and sun-scorched canyons, tracing the quiet strength of a man who crossed the unknown through patience, learning, and a curious grace. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca into the wilderness of forgotten worlds. In the final years of the 15th century, Europe stirred with the thrill of new discovery. Maps grew stranger, borders less certain, and the scent of distant lands drifted even through the narrow stone streets of Castile. Into this shifting world was born Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca, just 2 years after Columbus had been commissioned by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand to sail westward. De Vaca came from a family of modest nobility, proud of its lineage, but not wealthy. His forebears had earned honor on the battlefield, and that legacy followed him throughout his youth. As Spain expanded its reach across oceans and empires, men like de Vaca were taught to believe in their own destiny, as if greatness might be found simply by stepping into the unknown, with the king's seal in one hand and a sword in the other. He served briefly in Spain and abroad, learning discipline, gaining rank, and proving himself as both a soldier and a man of courtly bearing. But behind the formal training and polished manners, a restless energy stirred. He was not born to idleness, nor content to wait for glory to come knocking. When an opportunity arose to join an expedition bound for the unexplored reaches of La Florida, he accepted without hesitation. It was to be a grand conquest, a sweeping claim over lands unseen, with riches whispered on the wind and honors sure to follow. Vaca was named treasurer and second in command under the appointed governor, Panfilo de Narvaez. It was, by all accounts, a respectable post for a man of his standing. In 1527, they set sail from Spain with nearly 600 men, several ships, and dreams that gleamed too brightly to question. There were dangers, of course, unknown peoples, treacherous waters, and the ever-looming spectre of failure. But ambition tends to silence such concerns. From the Caribbean, they turned north, toward the unsettled lands along the Gulf. Vaca stood on the deck, watching the green ribbon of the Florida coast grow near. If only he had known what lay beyond it. The shoreline was deceptively tranquil as they stepped ashore near present-day Tampa Bay. The sea behind them lapped gently against the sand, but the land ahead breathed a different rhythm, dense, humid, and humming with life. They arrived in early spring of 1528, guided more by royal orders and ambition than by any real knowledge of where they were. The maps, such as they were, told them little. They stepped onto the shores of La Florida, a name given years earlier by the famed explorer Juan Ponce de Leon, who had only briefly explored its mist-covered, unfamiliar coast. They expected the land to bow before them, but nothing here would come easily. The landing was followed by confusion and delay. Governor Narvaez made a fateful decision to split the expedition, sending the ships along the coast, while the majority of the men, including Vaca, marched inland in search of a fabled native kingdom said to be rich with gold. It was a decision that would sever them from their supplies, their communication, and any real hope of reunion. They pushed into the interior, into cypress swamps and tangled forests, through sharp palmetto and ankle-deep mud. The heat clung to them. Their armor grew heavy, their food spoiled, and the native communities they encountered did not cower. They resisted. They vanished. They offered false directions, or none at all. The Spaniards, with their fine titles and polished steel, were now intruders in a place that refused to be claimed. Weeks passed. Their supplies thinned. So did their resolve. The land gave little. The rain came hard. And still they marched, searching for something they couldn't name, slowly realizing they had no true idea where they were or how to get back. At last, when their bodies grew too weak and their spirits too thin, they turned southward, hoping to find the coast again. But the sea, like the land, had become elusive. The ships were gone. The rendezvous had failed. And so the men began to fall, some to fever, others to thirst, others still to despair. Vaca, though not yet broken, understood what many around him could not yet admit. The expedition had failed, yet he kept moving. By midsummer, the once proud expedition had become a scattered procession of hollow-eyed men, trudging through knee-deep water and mosquito-thick air. Their polished armor, so carefully strapped on in Spain, now hung rusted and slack. Rations had long since vanished. Horses, once symbols of command and prestige, had been eaten. The forest closed in around them, green, endless, and unforgiving. They had expected resistance, perhaps even battle, but they had not expected this, a landscape so vast and unknowable that it swallowed maps and swallowed men. Each turn led to more confusion. The rivers curved in ways they hadn't imagined, and the inland terrain offered no landmarks they could understand. Vaca kept careful records, trying to impose order where there was none, but even his notes could not hold back the disintegration. Illness came next. Fevers rose quickly and took men without warning. One morning, a man might be marching. By evening, he would fall wordless and sweating into the muck. Others simply walked away into the trees, silent and lost. Some drowned trying to cross swollen streams. Others fought among themselves, over scraps of food, over direction, over nothing at all. Vaca tried to hold them together. As treasurer, he had little authority, but he bore himself with steady discipline. He knew the cost of letting fear take root. Still, even he began to question whether survival was possible. When they finally stumbled back toward the coast, tattered, starved, and without a single clear idea of their location, the ships were nowhere to be seen. The agreed rendezvous had passed. Either the ships had moved on, or they had been lost to the Gulf. In their place stood only the wind and the rising tide. There was no shelter, no food, and no way to send word. They could not stay where they were, but they could not go forward as they had. So they began to build, fashioning crude rafts from timber and sinew, lashing them together with strips of leather and soaked rope. It was a final gamble. The land had offered no mercy. Now they would try the sea. They worked in silence, or close to it, bones showing beneath their skin, hands blistered and shaking. Vaca and the remaining survivors felled trees with rusted tools, stripped bark, and scavenged nails from broken gear. There was no true shipwright among them, no canvas, no tar, only desperation, and the slow understanding that if they stayed on land, they would perish. 5 rafts were built in total, lashed together from green wood. The men had little food, less water, and no real means of navigation. They loaded what they could: barrels, broken helmets, the bodies of the sick, and pushed off into the Gulf, hoping the current might carry them to Spanish settlements in the west. What followed was a drifting unlike any they could have imagined. The sun beat down during the day, merciless and absolute. Salt dried on their skin, lips cracked. They rationed water in thimblefuls. At night, the wind would rise, and the rafts creaked and groaned as waves lifted and dropped them like toys. One by one, the rafts fell out of sight, lost to currents, to storms, or to the slow collapse of their makeshift frames. On Vaca's raft, they caught fish with bare hands when they could. They chewed leather to keep their hunger at bay. Some men went mad and threw themselves overboard. Others whispered prayers and clutched their knees until the sea took them. After many days, so many they had lost count, land appeared. Not the rolling coastlines of civilization, but a thin, low ribbon of sand. The raft broke apart in the surf, and the men dragged themselves ashore with what strength remained. Only a handful were left. They had reached an island near present-day Galveston, though they did not know it by name. All they knew was that they were still alive, and that this strange new land would offer no welcome. The sand was cold beneath their bodies. Salt stung their eyes. What few had made it to shore now lay sprawled and heaving, too weak to speak. Some wept. Others simply stared at the tree line ahead, not yet knowing whether it would offer shelter or further trial. The place was desolate. Low dunes, scattered brush, and the cry of gulls overhead. The survivors had no weapons, no food, and no sense of where they were. They could no longer imagine rescue. The sea behind them had given them back to the land, but at a cost that few could bear. Soon they were found. The people who emerged from the forest were cautious, watching the strangers from a distance. They spoke no Spanish, and the men had no words for them in return. But the island's inhabitants knew what starvation looked like. They offered food, roots, shellfish, a little warmth, and in return they watched. The Spaniards, proud men who had once carried royal orders, now bent their heads and ate without speaking. But survival came with terms. Over the coming days, the balance shifted. The survivors, too weak to leave, were absorbed into the rhythms of the people around them. Some were taken in, others were enslaved, used for labor, watched carefully, kept at the edge of the fire. Vaca, separated from his companions, found himself living not as a leader, but as a captive, subject to new customs, dependent on others for his life. The land was unfamiliar, but it was not empty. He was now a guest, or perhaps a prisoner, in a world that had no interest in the titles he once held. Over time, he would learn its patterns. He would come to understand the language, the cycles of food and weather, the expectations placed on him. And though he would suffer still, through illness, isolation, and grief, he would not die. Something in him had begun to shift. The days slipped into seasons, and Vaca did what the land required. He endured, stripped of power, stripped of possessions. He survived by listening more than speaking, by watching more than acting. In time, he learned to carry what was needed, to gather what was useful, and to disappear when it was safer not to be seen. He moved between groups along the Texas coast, sometimes traded, sometimes allowed to stay, always aware of how little control he truly held. He fell ill more than once. He thought of escape, but there was nowhere to go. The interior was vast, and the coastline stretched endlessly in both directions. Vaca observed carefully. He learned to distinguish plants, to follow water, to read the weather in the trees. And slowly, his presence shifted from burden to asset. He became a trader of goods between communities: shells, hides, pigment, and flint. He knew who had what, and what could be exchanged. He was allowed to move more freely, and in that movement, he found a kind of deep purpose. But more than that, he began to heal, not just in body, but in the way he was seen. He learned of herbs and rituals, and when he treated the sick, however humbly, some recovered. Word spread. In places, he was welcomed not as a prisoner, but as a healer. People came to him with ailments. He blew gently across wounds. He spoke soft blessings over the fevered. He did not know whether it worked, only that those who believed it did. And perhaps, in that belief, something sacred stirred. He no longer saw the land as a thing to be conquered, nor did he see the people as obstacles. He moved with them, ate with them, slept under the same wide sky, and came to understand that survival was not something one did alone. It was a lesson he would carry for the rest of his life. Years had passed. Vaca, once a castaway barely clinging to life, had become a man reshaped by quiet observation and endurance. He no longer dreamed of galleons or gold. Instead, he thought of water sources, safe shelter, and which direction the herds were moving. The empire he had once served felt impossibly far away. And then he met others like himself. Inland, by sheer chance or providence, Vaca reunited with 3 other survivors of the Narvaez expedition: Andres Dorantes, Alonso del Castillo, and Estevanico, a North African enslaved man. Like Vaca, they had lived among various indigenous groups, surviving by usefulness and humility. Their reunion was not triumphant, but it was profound. Each bore the same weathered skin, the same deep brilliance behind the eyes. Together, they resolved to try for Mexico, not by sea, but overland, through thick forests, vast plains, and sun-baked deserts. They relied on the goodwill of those they encountered and the growing reputation that followed them. Word had spread far ahead. of 4 strange men who healed the sick, who came unarmed, who brought no violence, and asked only for passage. They began to travel across what is now southern Texas, into the arid reaches of Coahuila, and further still toward the Sierra Madre. They followed rivers when they could, used mountain ranges as guides, and stopped only when the land demanded it. Sometimes they were welcomed with gifts and songs, other times with caution or stony silence. But they kept moving, step after patient step, watching the sun, watching the animals, watching for kindness. What had begun as a desperate retreat had become something more enduring, a long migration shaped not by conquest, but by trust and exchange. And always, Vaca walked at the center of it, not leading, not commanding, but simply moving forward, reshaped now not by Spain or war, but by the land beneath his feet and the lives that passed beside him. By now, the 4 men were no longer seen as outsiders. They were travelers of great renown, lean, barefoot, and dressed in the manner of those they moved among. Their Spanish names meant little to the people they met, but their presence stirred whispers. They were said to carry healing with them. They spoke many tongues, or at least enough to be understood. And unlike the soldiers who had come before, they brought no harm. They crossed vast stretches of what is now northern Mexico, Durango, Chihuahua, and Sonora, where the land rose and fell in dusty ridges and scattered thorn brush. In some villages, people came forward bearing gifts, woven mats, handfuls of maize, gourds filled with water. In others, they arrived to find illness or injury, and Vaca did what he had come to know: simple gestures, small rituals, words that soothed. Sometimes the sick recovered. And when they did, the story traveled further still. Their journey became less a flight and more a passage. At times, they were joined by small bands of people, moving alongside them for a day or two, sometimes longer. They were fed, clothed, and protected. It was a far cry from the expedition they had begun with. No banners, no commands, no objectives carved into royal letters. Just a slow movement through land that no longer seemed foreign, and among people who no longer seemed strange. Vaca saw these communities not as subjects or obstacles, but as stewards, keepers of knowledge, of survival, of memory. He listened closely. He watched the way children were taught, the way disputes were settled, the way plants were gathered only with thanks. And somewhere deep within, he began to understand that the world was not shaped solely by those who held power, but also by those who held patience. They were drawing nearer now to Spanish territory. The mountains whispered of it. The language began to shift. But Vaca was no longer sure what return meant. He had traveled so far, in distance and in spirit, that he no longer knew if he could step back into the life he once claimed. Still, they kept walking, It was in the foothills near Culiacan that they met the first Spanish settlers, armed men on horseback, their helmets gleaming beneath the sun. The moment should have felt like salvation. And yet, Vaca hesitated. The soldiers were stunned. Before them stood 4 figures, draped in woven garments, sun-darkened and barefoot, with no armor, no horses, no sign of rank, only the slow, sure bearing of those who had endured. They were not what Spain remembered. The men were taken in, given food and clothing, and ushered toward the colonial outposts of New Spain. From there, they were sent to Mexico City. There were questions. There was disbelief. There was the uncomfortable feeling Vaca sensed, that their survival had come at the cost of something Spain did not fully understand. He was no longer the man they had sent away. In the months that followed, Vaca gave his account to the authorities. He described the journey, the suffering, the loss of nearly 600 men. But he also spoke of the people they had lived among, of their kindness, their customs, their strength. He told of healing, of cooperation, of the land's unyielding rhythms. It was not the tale of conquest they had hoped for. It was something else entirely. Eventually, Vaca sailed back to Spain. The crossing was smoother this time, but his heart was unsettled. Home felt altered, or perhaps it was he who had changed. The court received him with some respect, but also with suspicion. He had not returned with riches. He had not claimed new territory. He had only survived and changed. He would later be sent to govern in South America, but even that post ended in controversy. He never again held true power. His last years were lived in the shadows of greater names, and his death passed without much notice. In the long annals of conquest, Alvar Nunez Cabeza de Vaca remains an anomaly. His name does not echo alongside Cortés or Pizarro. There were no cities named in his honor, no empires built upon his return. He left no monuments, but he left a voice. In La Relación, the account he later wrote, Vaca reflected on a journey that had tested him, reshaped him, and taught him what power could not. And perhaps that is why we remember him. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable Lieutenant Hiroo Onoda, a man whose loyalty, discipline, and unshakable sense of duty led him to live in the jungles of the Philippines for 3 decades after the end of the Second World War. Still believing the war had not yet ended. Let your breathing slow and imagine yourself in a warm tropical breeze where the rustling of palm leaves blends with the distant hum of waves, a place far removed from the hurried pace of the world. We begin our tale not in the jungle, but in a quiet moment of resolve, when a young man received his orders and never let them go. The sky over Japan was the soft grey of winter when Hiroo Onoda stepped onto the platform of the Nakano School in Tokyo, a quiet place that bore little resemblance to a battlefield, but where war was very much alive in the minds of the men within. It was 1944, and the world had been at war for years. Japan was fighting for its life. Its empire stretched thin across islands and oceans, and the mood at home had become increasingly grim. Onoda was 22 years old, tall, thoughtful, and sharp-eyed. He had grown up in a world of old values and strict honor, where the emperor's word was law, and surrender was something not spoken aloud. He'd already served briefly in China, but now he had been chosen for something far more peculiar and far more secret. He was being trained in unconventional warfare, not for the front lines, but for the shadows. At Nakano, he studied sabotage, survival, deception, and how to live off the land. These were not the lessons of a soldier meant to win quick battles. These were the teachings of one who might have to wait months, years, even decades, before completing his mission. And then, one icy morning in December 1944, his orders came. He was to travel to Lubang Island, a remote and humid speck in the western Philippines. His mission: to disrupt enemy activity, destroy infrastructure, and resist occupation by any means necessary. He was to do all this without being captured, without taking unnecessary risks, and most importantly, under no circumstances was he to surrender. His commanding officer, Major Taniguchi, spoke with a quiet finality. If Japan fell, Onoda was not to give himself up. He was to melt into the jungle and carry on. The mission was more important than the man. So, with a satchel of rice, a rifle on his shoulder, and orders sealed in his mind, Onoda boarded a military transport. He gazed out the small window at the coastline, disappearing beneath him. He did not yet know that it would be nearly 30 years before he would set foot in Japan again. When he arrived in the Philippines, the war was already pressing in from all sides. The Americans were returning. Bombs fell regularly in the distance. The atmosphere was tense, a fragile thread holding back collapse. But Onoda had a task, and he believed in it. He found a few scattered soldiers, survivors like himself. They were unsure, some demoralized, some ready to give up. But Onoda reminded them of the orders: hold out, keep fighting, never surrender. So they took to the hills, deep into the forests, where thick vines and wild trees curled around narrow paths. The island, became a living maze. The sun filtered through the canopy in green and gold patches, and the sounds of birds, wind, and distant surf filled the silence. They built shelters of bamboo and banana leaves. They moved at night, concealed their fires, stored what little food they could gather. Every now and then, they saw a plane fly overhead, or heard shouting in the village below. But Onoda was cautious, too cautious perhaps. He believed every sign of peace was a trick, and in his world of silence and strategy, there was no room for trust. As 1944 turned to 1945, and the Great War began to slip away from the wider world, Hiroo Onoda was only just beginning his. To him, the war would never end until someone came to tell him it had, in person, with the authority of command. And so quietly, without ceremony, he vanished into the forest with his men, a shadow in the jungle, a soldier waiting patiently in a world that was already beginning to forget. The hills of Lubang Island were wild and thick with life. Tall grasses swayed like waves, and dense foliage curled around the trunks of trees, creating a labyrinth of green. It was into this quiet, breathing wilderness that Hiroo Onoda disappeared, not in fear or haste, but with careful intent. He was not alone in the beginning. 3 others would come to form his tiny unit of holdouts: Corporal Shimada, Private First Class Akatsu, and Private Kazuka. All were young, but experienced, and each had, in their own way, accepted the strange and solemn mission that Onoda now carried like a flame through shadow. Their role was not to win battles, but to endure. At first, they moved cautiously from place to place, studying the terrain and mapping water sources. They found a secluded ravine and turned it into a kind of base. There, the air was cooler, the soil soft beneath bare feet, and the canopy above dappled the sunlight into shifting patterns. They built a crude hut, reinforced with bamboo and palm leaves, and dug small storage pits into the earth. Each day brought small routines: washing, mending, patrols. Each night brought silence broken only by insects and far-off echoes. They took turns keeping watch, rifles always close, packs always ready to move. And even though the jungle seemed timeless, the world beyond it was changing rapidly. Soon, the Americans landed. Explosions cracked through the sky. Onoda and his men watched from the tree line as foreign troops moved into the villages. Buildings were searched, radios confiscated, and leaflets began to fall from the sky. White slips of paper fluttering like snow, printed in Japanese. They bore messages of surrender, of peace, of a war concluded. But Onoda was suspicious. He examined one closely, noting its clean edges, its confident type. It didn't feel right. How could Japan surrender so easily? Why would the enemy tell them the truth? He recalled his orders. Never believe the enemy. Never lay down your arms unless told directly by a superior. And so he tucked the leaflet away and said nothing. The group became even more secluded, slipping into tighter discipline. They gathered coconuts and bananas, foraged for wild yams and edible leaves, sometimes killed a stray cow. They avoided contact with the locals, believing that every farmer might be a spy. They did not know that Japan had surrendered months ago, that their families, if they still lived, were mourning them as lost, that the emperor had spoken over the radio to a nation in ruins, asking all to lay down arms. To Onoda, the war still lived in the rustle of the trees and the distant sounds of machinery. He believed they were waiting for a signal, that somehow the Japanese army would return, that the war would resume, and they would be called from the shadows to complete their task. As months turned to years, their camp grew more resilient. They dried meat in the sun, turned discarded American equipment into tools, and built storage caches high in trees to keep things safe from rain and rats. Though time softened the contours of the conflict, Onoda's resolve remained firm. He shaved with care, kept his uniform as tidy as possible, and held daily briefings. His men began to refer to him as the officer, the one with the plan, the one who believed. In that belief, he found stability, even as they began to lose track of the seasons, even as the world forgot them. In a corner of a faraway island, under a cathedral of trees, Hiroo Onoda was still fighting the war, not with bullets, but with endurance, not in glory, but in solitude. As time passed, the jungle became more than a hiding place. It became a world unto itself. The rustling of leaves and the pattern of the stars guided their days and nights. Insects chirped like clocks in the darkness. The rhythm of nature became their calendar, though the years began to blur like mist over the hills. The war, as far as Onoda and his men knew, was dragging on. But strange things began to happen. More leaflets appeared, scattered from the sky or found folded into crevices of tree bark, as if placed there deliberately. They were printed in Japanese, yes, but Onoda read them with narrowed eyes. One claimed the war had ended. Another included the names of soldiers, perhaps known, perhaps invented. A few even mentioned the Emperor's surrender. Onoda studied each one with the mind of a trained intelligence officer. The paper was too fresh. The grammar was too neat. The story too clean. It had to be enemy propaganda. Then came the loudspeakers. On some nights, in the far-off distance, they could hear voices amplified across the fields. They were speaking Japanese, sometimes reading letters, sometimes calling names. But Onoda remained unmoved. "They're trying to deceive us," he said quietly, with a steadiness that didn't allow for doubt. "It's just what they do to draw us out." His men trusted him. They knew his training had been special. They believed he understood, thing they didn't. And more than that, they wanted to believe the mission still mattered, that they had not vanished into the jungle for nothing. But still, a silence grew among them, a soft, creeping uncertainty that settled like dew. Occasionally, they saw villagers moving about, harvesting rice, tending to animals, carrying children in their arms. The rhythm of island life had returned, slowly and cautiously, as though the war had ended after all. But to Onoda, it looked like a performance, perhaps staged, perhaps under duress, another illusion. One day, they found a bundle of newspapers left in the forest, Japanese papers, real ones, with photographs and dates. The stories spoke of a nation rebuilding, of cities like Tokyo and Osaka stirring back to life. But how could these be real? How could they be allowed to see such things unless it was a trap? Onoda burned them carefully, one by one. If there was truth in them, it had no place here. Then, in a curious moment that seemed almost like a dream, they found a letter written by one of their own families, perhaps brought by someone from Japan, or perhaps a trick. The words were tender, pleading for their return. But still, Onoda could not believe. Even love, he reasoned, could be used as bait. So they stayed hidden, deeper than ever, like roots beneath the forest floor. Occasionally shots would ring out, sometimes from the men defending themselves, sometimes from locals, perhaps startled or afraid. It made the soldiers more cautious, and slowly, with each season, they withdrew even further from the edge of the world. Food became harder to find. Cattle grew more scarce. The jungle, their protector, was beginning to turn indifferent. And yet, Onoda would not waver. He trimmed his moustache with a fragment of mirror. He polished his rifle. He maintained their routine, even if only one man was left to follow it. Because in his mind, the mission was still alive, fragile but untouched, floating like a lantern in the fog. And until someone came to extinguish it in person, with authority and command, Hiroo Onoda would not turn away. The signs from the outside world might have grown louder, but to him, they were only whispers through the trees. The months, once clearly marked by seasons and weather, began to blend. Rains came and went, dry seasons passed in silence, and the little band of soldiers moved deeper into the folds of the jungle, beyond footpaths, beyond farms, beyond even the reach of curiosity. The world, as Onoda had known it, had faded. Only the mission remained. The group had dwindled to 4, and then, slowly, to 3. In 1949, after 5 years of hiding, Private Akatsu made a decision. Quietly, cautiously, and without ceremony, he left the group and turned himself in to local authorities. His departure was more than a shift in numbers. It struck at something deeply rooted in Onoda. Not anger exactly, more a hollowing sorrow. To abandon the mission was, in Onoda's view, to abandon not just orders, but honor. Still, he held no malice. He understood the weight of such a life. The jungle tested the soul in strange, slow ways. Akatsu's surrender brought new dangers. The Philippine police now had a better sense of where the others might be. Patrols began to comb the island, sometimes firing into the forest to draw them out. Occasionally, shots were exchanged. At times they left food in the open, rice, cans of meat, placed beneath letters pleading for surrender. Onoda refused to touch them. To him, they were poisoned, not in body perhaps, but in intent. A kindness meant to soften the edges of resolve. Still, their existence in the jungle became harsher. Game was scarcer, the island's once open spaces now growing thick with brush and decay. Clothes wore thin, boots cracked. Rain seeped through shelters, no matter how carefully they were patched. But Onoda continued his daily rituals, inspecting his rifle, stretching quietly at dawn, reciting old orders in the back of his mind, like a prayer. He and Kazuka, the last man to stay by his side, began to treat the island like a fortress. They watched the terrain with the care of cartographers. They noted footprints, new growth, changes in the way vines crept over logs, anything that might suggest someone had passed through. Over time, they grew quiet with each other. There was little need for speech. A glance, a nod, the rhythm of movement through the underbrush said all that needed saying. They cooked in silence, slept in silence, waited in silence. Yet beneath that stillness, there was a deep companionship, not warm perhaps, but constant. They had both built their lives around a single point of belief, that Japan still needed them. Sometimes they found objects from the modern world, watches, flashlights, clothing. Sometimes they raided nearby farms at night, taking only what they needed, leaving behind tokens of money or notes in Japanese, explaining that they were not thieves but soldiers of the Emperor, still on duty. Years passed like water through fingers. Onoda no longer knew what year it was. He suspected the others had stopped remembering too. Occasionally they would find a new leaflet, or hear a voice calling through a loudspeaker. But these no longer stirred them. The outside world was like a forgotten dream. Their world was green and damp and unchanging, and they moved through it like ghosts. And in this long, breathless hush, Hiroo Onoda carried on. No medals, no fanfare, no knowledge of whether anyone even remembered he existed. Only the certainty that he had been given a mission, and that he was still carrying it. Because to abandon it now, after so long, that, he believed, would be the true surrender. The jungle had a way of folding in on itself, paths overgrown in days, memories swallowed by vines, time softened like old cloth. And now, Hiroo Onoda was alone. In 1972, Private Kazuka, his last companion, was killed in a skirmish with local authorities near a rice field. It had happened quickly, a flash of confusion, a few fatal shots, and then silence. For Onoda, the loss was profound. Though few words had passed between them in recent years, Kazuka's presence had been a tether, a shared watch in the night, a second pair of eyes scanning the hillside, the comfort of footsteps not entirely his own. Now, even that was gone. For the first time in nearly 30 years, Onoda moved alone through the forest. His world became quieter, stiller, and more inward. He buried supplies at hidden points across the island, shifted sleeping locations each night, and sharpened his instincts to a fine edge. No fire, no noise, no lingering. Even his own thoughts seemed to grow softer, more like weather than words. There were no longer routines so much as rhythms, an early start, careful movements, the rustle of bamboo, a slow sip of water. Sometimes he'd sit for hours in the trees, watching the landscape for signs of change. A boot print, a broken twig, a scent in the air. He trusted nothing but the land beneath his feet and the mission sealed in memory. He still believed the war might reignite. That some corner of the Pacific could flare up again, calling him to action. The Japanese army might return. Perhaps he would see their ships from the cliffs. Perhaps someone would arrive through the brush, bearing fresh orders. So he waited, not with restlessness, but with a deep, unshakable sense of duty. In his solitude, he began to speak aloud, less and less. His thoughts moved like fog, quiet, unhurried, and thick with reflection. He remembered his training, his old commanders, the laughter of his comrades before the war had turned into shadows. But these memories floated past, like leaves on water. The villagers, by now, spoke of him like a legend. Some feared him, others pitied him. A ghost soldier, a man who didn't know the war had ended. But to Onoda, they were simply civilians, and civilians did not end wars. He would only believe in peace when it was spoken by the voice of command. Not on a leaflet, not from a radio, not from a stranger. And so, the years slipped by. Each sunrise was another chance to carry out the mission. Each moonrise, another vigil kept. Rain soaked through his worn uniform, but he still maintained it with care. His rifle remained oiled, his equipment neatly stored. He did not allow himself to become wild or careless, because to him the war might still be waiting, just out of sight. And as the wind stirred the trees high above his hidden camps. Hiroo Onoda, now in his 50s, moved through the jungle as quiet as the mist, a solitary soldier still holding the line. It was early in 1974 when something unusual stirred the stillness of the forest, a rustle in the undergrowth, but not the familiar footfalls of a villager or the clumsy sweep of a search patrol. This was lighter, almost playful, and it carried no sense of danger. Onoda remained hidden, high in the trees, his presence invisible. From the dense green above, he watched a young man walking through the jungle alone. Not in uniform, not armed. He wore sandals with woolen socks, of all things, and carried little more than a bag and a camera. The man was Japanese. His name was Norio Suzuki, and his arrival on Lubang was something of a miracle. He had come not as a soldier or official, but as a traveler with a most unusual quest. He had told friends before leaving Japan that he was going to look for Lieutenant Onoda, a panda, and the abominable snowman, in that order. There was sincerity in his words, even if they made others laugh. But unlike the search parties before him, Suzuki came without force or persuasion. He came with curiosity, kindness, and a deep respect for the man he sought. Their first encounter was tentative. Onoda had been watching him for days, gauging his movements. Then, one day, he stepped forward, cautious, rifle ready, but not threatening. Suzuki did not run. He bowed gently. He introduced himself, calmly, warmly, in their shared language. Onoda was wary. He had seen too many tricks before, but Suzuki's manner was different. He asked questions not to trap or convince, but to understand. They spoke for hours, sitting beneath the trees, as the afternoon sunlight softened into amber. Suzuki listened intently as Onoda explained his position, his orders, and why he had not surrendered. Suzuki didn't try to debate. He simply nodded, accepting that Onoda was a man bound by something deeply rooted, not easily untied. Still, Onoda was firm. Unless his commanding officer came in person and gave him a direct order to stand down, he would remain in the jungle. No leaflet or friendly word could undo what had been sealed with military oath. Suzuki accepted this too, and then, just as gently as he had arrived, he left, promising to return. In the weeks that followed, Onoda waited. He felt something stir in his chest. Not quite hope, but a quiet curiosity. Could this be the thread that would finally connect his lonely world to the one he had left behind? He maintained his routine as always, but something had shifted. The stranger in the trees had not spoken like the others. He had not asked for surrender. He had simply offered presence. And perhaps, after all these years, that was what Onoda had needed most. For now, he returned to his shelter beneath the trees. The rifle was still close. The camp still hidden. But something had changed. Somewhere across the sea, the wheels were beginning to turn. Someone was listening. And soon, the voice of command, long silent, would speak once more. The air on Lubang carried the scent of rain and wood smoke, when at last the voice Hiroo Onoda had been waiting for returned to him. It had been nearly 30 years since his orders were issued, orders that had bound him to this jungle, to this quiet, watchful life. And now, in March of 1974, Norio Suzuki returned, just as he had promised. But this time, he was not alone. With him came an older man in a neatly pressed suit and a calm, familiar bearing, Major Yoshimi Taniguchi. Onoda's former commanding officer. He had been tracked down in retirement, a civilian now, no longer part of the military. But to Onoda, it didn't matter. This was the man who had given him the order to hold out. And now, this was the only man who could relieve him of it. In a shaded grove on the edge of the jungle, beneath trees that had stood silent witness to decades of solitude, the two men stood face to face. Taniguchi brought with him a letter. Typed on official stationery, it bore the seal of the Japanese government. It acknowledged the mission and declared it complete. The war, it said plainly, had ended in August 1945. The Emperor had surrendered, and Onoda's service, long, loyal, and almost unbelievable, was no longer required. The moment settled over them like mist. Onoda stood still, his rifle at his side, his uniform patched and faded, but still worn with care. Slowly, almost reverently, he read the letter. Not once, but twice. His hands were steady, his expression unreadable, but inside, something was loosening, like the unfurling of a tightly wound spring. He asked questions, specific ones. Where were his comrades? What had happened to Japan? How had the world changed? And Taniguchi answered with patience, never rushing the moment, allowing Onoda to take the time he needed. This was no ordinary reunion. It was the closing of a life chapter lived in isolation, in absolute faith to an oath made so long ago. When Onoda was satisfied, he nodded. The next morning, he emerged from the jungle, stepping onto the path, not as a fugitive or an outcast, but as a soldier concluding his mission. He wore his uniform with quiet pride. Slung across his shoulder was his Arisaka rifle, well maintained, still operational. He carried his sword, his ammunition, and a few personal keepsakes, all carefully preserved. Filipino soldiers and villagers gathered, unsure what to expect. Some watched in silence, others cried, a few saluted. There was no need for ceremony. The act itself, walking out of the jungle after 30 years, was enough. Onoda presented his sword to President Ferdinand Marcos, who, in a gesture of understanding and goodwill, granted him a full pardon. It was acknowledged that in his mind he had never ceased to be a soldier. He had not acted in malice. He had merely followed his orders to the very end. The world blinked in astonishment. News spread quickly. The soldier who didn't know the war had ended. The man who had survived in the wild while entire empires rose and fell. But for Onoda, the attention felt unreal. He had not done this to become a story. He had done it because he believed he must. And now, with the mission complete, he turned toward a new life, one he had never imagined, in a world he no longer fully understood. But he had done what he came to do, and at last he could rest. The Tokyo skyline shimmered as the plane descended, light spilling across the buildings like a sea of lanterns. It was March 1974, and Hiroo Onoda was returning to a homeland that had long since moved on without him. He stepped off the aircraft in full uniform, the same olive-green fatigues he had worn beneath the trees, carefully maintained through decades of wind and rain. His rifle, still functional, was cradled in his arms. He bowed solemnly to the waiting officials, unsure of how to interpret the bright lights and clicking cameras that greeted him. For Japan, he had become a symbol of perseverance, of devotion, of a past many wished to forget. Crowds gathered to catch a glimpse of the man who'd emerged from another time. Some viewed him with reverence, others with discomfort, unsure what to make of this figure from the pages of history made flesh. But for Onoda, the world outside the jungle was strange and jarring. The streets were paved in ways he didn't recognize. The clothes, the cars, even the faces of the people felt unfamiliar. He found himself quietly stunned by vending machines, by neon lights, by the humming silence of electric trains. It was all so fast, so clean, so new, and yet it lacked something he couldn't quite name. The jungle had been harsh, but it had been simple. It had required presence, discipline, and constant awareness. Here, the pace was overwhelming, the noise unending, and the meanings harder to grasp. He visited his family, he met officials, he gave press conferences, answered questions, tried to explain, though he often felt there were no words that could bridge the years between what he had lived and what the world had become. He was offered financial support, recognition, opportunities, but these gestures, however kind, did not ease the disquiet within him. He wandered through the city with a soft gaze, his mind still halfway in the trees of Lubang. At night, he sometimes woke abruptly, unsure of where he was. The hum of traffic was not the same as the wind in the canopy. The clean sheets, not the same as cool earth beneath a woven mat. His dreams were still threaded with jungle sounds, the call of birds, the hiss of rain on leaves, the distant snapping of twigs under cautious feet. Japan, for all its kindness, no longer felt like home. And so, in the quiet months that followed his return, Onoda made a decision. He would not try to fold himself back into a life that had moved on. Instead, he would begin again, somewhere else. He looked toward Brazil, where many Japanese emigrants had built new lives after the war. There, he imagined, he might find stillness again, fields instead of cities, simplicity instead of spectacle. Before he left, he visited the graves of his comrades, the ones who had held out with him, and the ones who had fallen. He offered silent prayers, not of sorrow, but of respect. They had shared something no one else could fully understand. A long, quiet war in the deep green of another world. And with that, Hiroo Onoda stepped away from the spotlight and toward a quieter chapter, carrying not the burden of years lost, but the quiet dignity of a man who had lived entirely by the oath he had once been given. In Brazil, where the land stretched wide beneath open skies and the rhythms of life moved with the seasons, Hiroo Onoda found a measure of peace. He settled on a small cattle farm deep in the countryside, far from the crowds, the noise, and the strange pace of the modern world. There, he rose with the sun and worked the land with his hands, learning the quiet language of animals, of soil and weather, of days marked by physical labor rather than memory. The stillness reminded him of the jungle, but without its vigilance. For the first time in decades, he slept without a weapon by his side, and yet the past remained close. He began to write. Slowly at first, notes, recollections, fragments of thought. Then more steadily, until his full story took shape in a book. No Surrender, my 30-year war, was not written as a defense or apology, but as a clear, measured account of what he had lived through and why. In its pages, Onoda offered no dramatics, no embellishments. He spoke plainly of duty and trust, of his belief in the command structure, and the depth of meaning he had found in following orders to the end. He did not regret the years spent in the jungle. To him, they had been lived with purpose. But he also acknowledged the weight of solitude, the sorrow of losing comrades one by one, the long hours of doubt, where faith and fear often walked together. And he reflected on the difficulty of returning to a world so completely changed, a Japan he no longer recognized, and a people who could no longer quite understand him. He was not bitter, only thoughtful. He spoke sometimes at schools and gatherings, where people asked questions in quiet awe. How had he survived so long? Why had he not surrendered? What had kept him going? His answers were gentle, patient. He would explain that a soldier's honor was not rooted in the outcome of war, but in the integrity of following through. That belief in one's duty could anchor a person even when all else fell away. Yet, he was no romantic. He admitted that blind loyalty could be dangerous, that his experience was not one to be repeated lightly, and that peace, in its quiet and ordinary form, was something to be treasured. He did not seek attention. In fact, he often preferred silence. Long walks in the countryside, hours tending to cattle, small conversations under the evening sky. But he remained a man of conviction, carrying within him a calm resilience that neither the jungle nor the modern world could shake. In time, he returned to Japan more frequently, sometimes for interviews, sometimes to support outdoor education for young people. He taught survival skills, but more than that, he taught patience, discipline, and the value of self-reliance. He never boasted, he never rushed. Instead, he moved through the world like a quiet echo, a reminder of something steadfast and rare, a life shaped not by comfort or convention, but by an extraordinary inner compass. And, in the still hours before dawn, when the breeze moved gently through the fields, Hiroo Onoda often sat by himself, listening, not for danger, not for orders, but for the simple sound of the wind and the knowledge that, at last, he could just be. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable and almost dreamlike journey of Lieutenant Hiroo Onoda, a man whose loyalty, discipline, and unshakable sense of duty led him to live in the jungles of the Philippines for 3 decades after the end of the Second World War, still believing the war had not yet ended. Let your breathing slow, and imagine yourself in a warm, tropical breeze, where the rustling of palm leaves blends with the distant hum of waves, a place far removed from the hurried pace of the world. We begin our tale not in the jungle, but in a quiet moment of resolve, when a young man received his orders and never let them go. Part 1. Orders from Tokyo. The sky over Japan was the soft grey of winter when Hiroo Onoda stepped onto the platform of the Nakano School in Tokyo, a quiet place that bore little resemblance to a battlefield, but where war was very much alive in the minds of the men within. It was 1944, and the world had been at war for years, Japan was fighting for its life. Its empire stretched thin across islands and oceans, and the mood at home had become increasingly grim. Onoda was 22 years old, tall, thoughtful, and sharp-eyed. He had grown up in a world of old values and strict honor, where the emperor's word was law, and surrender was something not spoken aloud. He'd already served briefly in China, but now he had been chosen for something far more peculiar and far more secret. He was being trained in unconventional warfare, not for the front lines, but for the shadows. At Nakano, he studied sabotage, survival, deception, and how to live off the land. These were not the lessons of a soldier meant to win quick battles. These were the teachings of one who might have to wait months, years, even decades before completing his mission. And then, one icy morning in December 1944, his orders came. He was to travel to Lubang Island, a remote and humid speck in the western Philippines. His mission: to disrupt enemy activity, destroy infrastructure, and resist occupation by any means necessary. He was to do all this without being captured, without taking unnecessary risks, and most importantly, under no circumstances was he to surrender. His commanding officer, Major Taniguchi, spoke with a quiet finality. If Japan fell, Onoda was not to give himself up. We hope you enjoyed this story about the remarkable Lieutenant Hiroo Onoda. His tale is not just one of endurance, but of a singular kind of faith, in duty, in command, and in the meaning of personal honor. It's a story so unusual, so quietly profound, that it feels almost like folklore. And yet, it is entirely true. Onoda lived in a time when Japan's values were drawn sharply from its military code: obedience, loyalty, perseverance unto death. Trained at the Nakano school, he was taught not simply to fight, but to endure. Not to win battles, but to hold fast in isolation, to be the ember that never extinguished. And in a way that few could have foreseen, he carried out that mission with absolute clarity for nearly 30 years, beyond the end of the war. What makes Onoda's life so extraordinary is not simply that he survived for decades in the jungle, though that feat alone is astonishing, but the mindset with which he did so. He believed in his mission not out of stubbornness or delusion, but out of deep, solemn responsibility. His orders were not just military instructions. They were a thread that connected him to a vanished world, a promise he wouldn't break. And yet, when the moment came, when his commanding officer finally appeared, bearing the words he had long waited for, Onoda laid down his weapon with dignity, not in regret, not in defeat, but in quiet fulfillment. There is much we might feel about such a life: admiration, sorrow, awe. But perhaps more than anything, we are reminded of the complexity of human belief, how our identities can be shaped not by what happens around us, but by the inner world we hold close. Onoda lived in history's shadow, but he did so with clarity and purpose that still resonates. From him, we learn that honor can be both a guide and a burden, that the world can change while we remain unchanged, and that sometimes peace is not a moment, but a long, quiet path we take when we are finally ready to lay down the past. Hiroo Onoda's story is not simply about a war. It's about a man who, in the midst of silence, found meaning, and who, when the time came, walked gently out of the jungle and into history. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Hugh Glass, a frontiersman, fur trapper, and survivor of one of the most enduring tales of resilience in early American history. In the summer of 1823, Hugh Glass was part of a fur trading expedition along the upper Missouri River. These were the early days of westward exploration, when the boundaries of what was known remained vast and largely uncharted to European Americans. Glass was working with the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, deep in what is now the Dakota wilderness, a land of slow rivers, dense woods, and quiet, swaying grass. While scouting ahead near the Grand River, Glass was attacked by a grizzly bear. Though he managed to kill the animal with the help of his companions, he was left severely wounded, his body torn, bones broken, and survival uncertain. Believing he would not live long, the expedition's leader assigned 2 men to stay behind with him until he passed, then bury his body. But the men, one of them, a young Jim Bridger, later famous in his own right, soon abandoned him. They took his rifle, his knife, and what little gear he had left. They told the others he had died and moved on. Glass, however, did not die. Alone, unarmed, and badly injured, he began to crawl. Slowly and silently, he made his way through over 200 miles of wilderness. He encountered no rescue, no comfort, just the rhythm of the land and the quiet, patient strength it took to endure. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the violence of that moment, but on the silence that followed it, on a man alone with his thoughts, inching his way across the plains with little more than his will to survive. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk slowly through the great quiet wilderness of early America. Hugh Glass is believed to have been born around 1783, most likely in Pennsylvania, where the wooded hills met the restless edge of the expanding American frontier. He came into the world as the newly formed United States was still finding its shape, a land defined by shifting borders, new beginnings, and the slow settling of territories once held by indigenous nations. The details of his early life remain scarce, as if they were lost to the wind that moved through the forests of his youth. But what we do know tells us he came of age in a time when self-reliance and resilience were not romantic ideals. They were simply the price of survival. He was likely of Scots-Irish descent, descended from people who had known struggle, displacement, and the harsh demands of rural life. These were communities who lived by their hands, who watched the stars for weather, and the tree line for trouble. In the places where Hugh Glass grew up, life was close to the ground, filled with the hush of wooded trails, the flicker of cabin fires, and the long, quiet hours between planting and harvest. This was the environment that shaped him, not in loud moments, but in long silences. A boy may have learned to track a deer before he could read, or to listen more closely to the forest than to words. It's in this setting that Hugh Glass gained his first sense of the world, a world that required watchfulness, patience, and a steady hand. By his early adulthood, he was already marked by the frontier's rhythm, a life not quite tethered, always looking outward, and soon that pull would lead him away from the land altogether, drawn instead to the sea, where a new chapter of his journey would begin. After his years along the frontier, Hugh Glass turned his gaze outward, toward the wide, shifting waters of the coast. He became a sailor, boarding ships that carried goods along the eastern seaboard, into the Gulf of Mexico, and beyond. The sea was no gentler than the land he had known, but it offered a different kind of horizon, one that rolled endlessly under sky, full of wind and uncertainty. It was during this time, perhaps in his 20s or 30s, that Glass's story took one of its most extraordinary turns. While sailing in the Gulf, he was captured by pirates, reportedly under the command of the notorious privateer Jean Lafitte. Lafitte's base of operations near Galveston Island was a strange mix of outlaw commerce and colonial influence, a place where goods and lives were traded in the shadow of shifting empires. Glass was held as a prisoner, though the details of those months remain hazy. What's known is that he eventually escaped, slipping away from the coast and heading inland, into the uncertain interior of what is now modern-day Texas. There, he lived for a time among the Pawnee, one of the many indigenous peoples of the Great Plains. He did not simply pass through their world. He is believed to have lived among them, learning their ways, their language, and perhaps even forming bonds deep enough to consider them family. Some sources suggest he took a Pawnee wife, though these details are softly held, part memory, part oral tradition. What's clear is that these years left a deep mark. The knowledge he carried from that time, how to survive off the land, how to move silently across the plains, how to listen and observe, would one day save his life. By the early 1820s, Glass had re-entered the world of white settlers and trade. The American West was opening quickly now, driven by the hunt for furs and fortune. He joined the newly formed Rocky Mountain Fur Company, led by General William Ashley, as they prepared to push deep into territory that remained vast and untamed. Glass, now a man shaped by sea, captivity, and the patience of long survival, was ready. The next path he walked would lead him into the deep wilds, and into the story that would outlive him. By the spring of 1823, Hugh Glass was once again heading west, this time not as a lone wanderer, but as part of a formal expedition into the upper reaches of the Missouri River. He had joined the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, a bold new enterprise organized by General William Henry Ashley and Andrew Henry, who sought to tap the rich beaver streams of the frontier. The company had put out a call for enterprising young men, trappers and scouts willing to brave the vast unsettled country that lay beyond the Mississippi. Among those who answered were men who would become legendary in their own right: Jedediah Smith, Jim Bridger, Thomas Fitzpatrick, and others. Hugh Glass was older than many of them, weathered by years at sea and in the wilderness, but still strong, still quiet, and still drawn to the land's deep pull. Their goal was simple in words, but enormous in scale: travel by river and overland into the untrapped regions of the upper Missouri, following its branching waterways into what is now North and South Dakota, Montana, and beyond. It was a land of rich game, dense forests, and winding rivers, but also one of tension and danger, as settlers and trading companies pushed further into indigenous territories, often with little thought for those who already lived there. The journey began near St. Louis with a flotilla of shallow draft boats known as keelboats, loaded with supplies and men. They moved slowly against the current, poling, rowing, and sometimes wading alongside to guide the vessels forward. The air was warm with spring and damp with the scent of wet wood and river silt. Trees leaned quietly over the banks. Birds called from high branches, and always the water moved, steady, soft, and endless. As the expedition progressed into the Dakota Territory, tensions with local tribes began to rise. Though the fur traders often dealt peacefully with indigenous peoples, not all interactions were welcomed. In one encounter outside a Native American village, a skirmish broke out that left several men dead. But the company pushed on, now wary, moving by land where they could. This was the world Glass had returned to, one of shifting alliances, uncertain borders, and the quiet hum of danger just beyond the tree line. But to men like him, it was also familiar. The open spaces, the hush of pine groves at dusk, the crunch of dried leaves underfoot, all of it spoke of a life he understood. Not civilized, perhaps, but clear in its demands. The wilderness did not lie. It asked only for patience, awareness, and the will to keep moving. Glass served as a scout, often traveling ahead of the main group to read the land and watch for signs of game or threat. He was quiet, observant, and experienced, the kind of man others followed with trust, even if they knew little about where he had come from. His past was his own. What mattered now was his place in the present, a man of the trail, moving through silence and shadow with the ease of long memory. The days passed slowly. Nights came with the crackle of small fires and the murmur of river water nearby. Overhead, stars wheeled gently through the sky, as they had for centuries before. The men slept on the ground, wrapped in blankets, their rifles close. And in the quiet before dawn, Hugh Glass would often be up first, watching, listening, and reading the world around him. It was in this setting, deep in the wild, far from any settlement, that the moment would come, which would define his story forever. But for now, the land remained patient, and the river kept flowing. The summer of 1823 found the Rocky Mountain Fur Company deep in the Grand River Valley, in what is now South Dakota. The land was wild and open, a place of tall grass, scattered timber, and soft hills that rolled like waves beneath the sky. Wildlife was plentiful, but so were risks, not just from the terrain or weather, but from the sheer remoteness of it all. Hugh Glass had taken on the role of scout for the expedition. It was his task to move ahead of the main party, sometimes miles ahead, to watch for danger and track game. He knew how to read broken branches, quiet prints in the mud, the subtle hush of birds changing flight. His years among the Pawnee and his time in the wilderness had made him an expert in the kind of awareness that kept a man alive. On a quiet afternoon, the exact day lost to time, Glass was alone, scouting ahead in the woods near the fork of a small creek. The air was still. The sun filtered gently through the trees, and somewhere in the underbrush, a grizzly bear stirred. She was not hunting. She was guarding, her cubs nearby, likely startled by Glass's presence. What happened next came swiftly. Grizzlies do not often give warning, and they do not hesitate when they believe their young are threatened. Glass was attacked with overwhelming force. The bear's strength was immense, her claws tearing, her weight crushing. But Glass fought back. He carried a flintlock rifle and a knife, and though he was gravely injured, he managed to wound the bear. His cries brought fellow trappers running, and together they finished the animal off. But by the time the danger had passed, Glass lay unmoving, his body broken and torn. He was still breathing, barely. His leg was shattered, his back deeply lacerated, and his throat and face torn to the point where speaking was difficult. The men gathered around him believed his death was a matter of hours, perhaps days. He was too injured to carry, and the expedition, already low on supplies, could not afford to stay in place for long. The company's leaders faced a hard decision. They resolved to leave two men behind, one older and experienced, John Fitzgerald, and one younger, barely into manhood, Jim Bridger, who would later become a legend in his own right. Their task was to remain with Glass until he passed, bury him with dignity, and then catch up with the rest. The rest of the party moved on. Fitzgerald and Bridger stayed, watching over a man who no longer spoke and barely moved. Days passed. Perhaps the nights were quiet, the air still. Perhaps they listened to Glass breathe, slow and shallow, wondering how long he would last. But soon, whether out of fear, impatience, or self-preservation, they made their choice. They took his rifle, his knife, and his supplies. They dug a shallow grave and left him for dead. Not out of cruelty, perhaps, but out of certainty. A man in that state, alone in that place, could not survive. They rejoined the company and reported that Hugh Glass had died as expected. But Glass had not died, not yet. The wind moved softly through the grass. In the shadow of a half-dug grave, with a broken leg, torn flesh, and no weapons or tools, Hugh Glass opened his eyes. He was alone. His breath came shallowly, and his body was barely more than pain. The bear had done its work, tearing into his back, breaking his leg, clawing his throat. Speaking was impossible, moving nearly so. But even through the fog of agony and fever, some part of him understood. He had been left behind. The wilderness around him gave no judgment. It simply existed, wide, quiet, and indifferent. The trees stood still. The birds resumed their calls. The creek ran on, its rhythm unchanged. If Glass was to survive, it would not be by fighting the land, but by becoming part of it, slow, deliberate, and patient. He began, inch by inch, to crawl. There was no grand gesture to it, no cry of defiance, just movement, slow, silent, and enduring. His left leg was useless. He dragged it behind him as he pulled himself forward with his arms and one working knee. Every root, every stone, every uneven patch of ground became an obstacle. And still, he moved. For food, he foraged what he could: berries, roots, and the occasional insect. Water came from streams or dew gathered on leaves. At one point, he allowed maggots to enter the open wounds on his back, knowing they would clean the dead flesh better than he could. This was not the work of pride or even courage. It was the quiet calculation of someone who had lived close to the edge before and now moved beyond it. The landscape became his world and his only companion. He followed the rivers, knowing they led south toward the Cheyenne River, and eventually to the trading post at Fort Kiowa. There were no paths, no signs, only memory, instinct, and the slow pull of gravity as he dragged himself forward. Days passed, perhaps weeks. Time lost its shape. The stars wheeled overhead. The sun rose and fell, casting long shadows across the prairie. Glass made no speeches, no plans, only quiet, constant motion. This was not a survival story made of battle or fury. It was a survival made of endurance, of stillness between moments, and of a man refusing to stop, even as every breath carried pain. At times, he encountered indigenous people. One group of friendly Lakota is said to have offered him aid, sewing a buffalo hide across his wounded back, giving him food, and pointing him on his way. They asked no questions, and he offered no words. He simply kept moving, further south, ever closer to the river, and whatever waited beyond it. And the land, vast, open, and ancient, watched him go, not cheering him on, not standing in his way, just being, as it always had, and always would. The land had begun to change. The grasses grew taller here, waving softly in the breeze, and the banks of the Cheyenne River rolled in long, gentle curves. The trees thinned in places, opening to wide sky and soft sun, as if the land itself were breathing more easily now. But Hugh Glass did not walk these places. He crawled. The days blurred into one another, each marked only by small victories: a stretch of shade, a trickle of water, a patch of berries not yet picked over by animals. His broken leg he kept stiff, dragging it across rocks and soil, while his arms, trembling but determined, bore his weight across miles of uneven ground. He followed the river south, toward Fort Kiowa, a trading post hundreds of miles away. It offered no promise, no guarantee, just a direction, and that, for now, was enough. Sometimes he would find driftwood or branches and use them to make a crude splint, wrapping his leg as best he could with strips of hide or cloth torn from what little remained of his clothing. He had no rifle, no knife, only his memory, his will, and the faint trail left by the flowing river. There were nights when he lay still, barely breathing, listening to the far-off calls of animals in the dark. The wilderness was not quiet, not truly. It spoke in creaks and rustles, in distant howls and the slow lap of water against stone. But it was a kind of honest noise, one that asked nothing of him and offered no comfort in return. He passed through wolf territory, and once, it said, he came across a pack feeding on a bison carcass. Hungry, exhausted, but too weak to drive them off, Glass waited nearby. When the wolves had their fill and moved on, he dragged himself to what remained, pulling strips of meat from the frozen hide with his bare hands. It was not clean or easy, but it was food, and it kept him alive. He moved through rain, through wind, through stretches of silence so long they seemed to fold time itself. At one point, he may have found a makeshift raft, lashed together from fallen branches, and floated briefly along the Cheyenne River, letting the current carry him forward, cradled by the water, the sky stretching endlessly above. Not all of his journey is documented in detail. Much of it remains a blur of hardship and slow, steady motion. But what endures is the rhythm. A man inching his way back from death, not by rage or force, but by quiet refusal. Refusal to stop, refusal to surrender, refusal to let the land forget him entirely. After nearly 6 weeks, he reached the edges of Fort Kiowa, thin, ragged, and skeletal, but alive. The men who saw him arrive may have stared in disbelief. Few could have imagined his survival. Fewer still could understand what it had taken to get there. But Hugh Glass didn't need them to understand. He had made it. And now, slowly, the world would return. When Hugh Glass arrived at Fort Kiowa, his body bore the marks of a journey most could scarcely imagine. The wounds across his back had begun to scar in thick ridges. His leg, still swollen and poorly mended, dragged behind him with each unsteady step. His face, torn and unshaven, carried the exhaustion of weeks spent between pain and resolve. But he was alive. Fort Kiowa sat on the banks of the Missouri River, a wooden outpost built for trade, stocked with goods, rifles, food, and the low hum of frontier life. For Glass, it must have seemed almost surreal, after so many days spent alone in the elements. Voices again, the scent of cooked food, smoke curling gently from chimneys. It was the first time in weeks he had seen more than trees and sky. The men at the fort treated him with a mixture of wonder and caution, the kind of reverence reserved for someone who has walked back from a place most never return from. He was tended to, fed, and slowly nursed back to a measure of strength. His wounds would never fully heal, but over time he recovered enough to walk, enough to speak, enough to tell the story of what had happened. And when he spoke, the names came easily. John Fitzgerald, Jim Bridger, the 2 men who had left him for dead. They had taken his rifle, his knife, and his hope of rescue. And while Bridger was young, perhaps still a teenager, Fitzgerald had made a choice, one that, to Glass, could not be left unspoken. But his return was not filled with fire or fury. There were no angry declarations, no wild oaths, just quiet intent, a need, perhaps, not for revenge, but for acknowledgement, to face those who had written him off, to remind them and the world that he was still here. He learned that the fur company had moved on toward the Yellowstone region, and that both Fitzgerald and Bridger were still alive. With limited supplies and the help of nearby trappers, Glass set out once again. This time not as a scout, but as a man following footsteps. The journey was not easy. Though he could move more freely now, he was still weakened. The terrain remained vast and unpredictable, but compared to what he had already endured, this leg of the journey must have seemed almost gentle. A return to familiar paths, the ground firmer beneath his feet. Along the way, he reconnected with others from the original expedition. Word of his survival began to spread, a whisper that turned into a story, then into a legend. Trappers and traders alike passed it from camp to camp, scarcely believing it, yet holding fast to its truth. The man who crawled from death, the man the wilderness could not claim. But Hugh Glass didn't speak of legend. He spoke of Fitzgerald, of a rifle taken, of trust broken. And slowly, step by step, he drew closer to the final part of his journey, the moment of return, not just to the world of men, but to the two who had once stood at his side and then walked away. Hugh Glass had survived the bear, the abandonment, and the long crawl through wilderness. He had returned to the world of men, not only with his body intact, but with a memory sharpened by pain and a name fixed firmly in his mind. John Fitzgerald. But before he found Fitzgerald, there was someone else, Jim Bridger, the younger of the two who had left him behind. When Glass caught up with Bridger, he found not a hardened enemy, but a boy barely grown, quiet and guilt-ridden. Bridger had been about 19 years old at the time of the attack. Many sources suggest he had acted under Fitzgerald's influence, fearful and uncertain, and not yet shaped by the strength of his own judgment. When Glass confronted him, it wasn't with anger, but with understanding, perhaps even pity. He let Bridger go. There was no shouting, no punishment, just the quiet weight of a choice made, and the consequence of having lived with it. Bridger, of course, would go on to become one of the most respected mountain men of his time. But he would always carry the memory of that season, of the man they had buried too soon. As for Fitzgerald, the confrontation was more complex. Glass eventually tracked him to a U.S. Army post where Fitzgerald had enlisted. By this time, Glass had regained some strength, perhaps even recovered his rifle, or one like it. The story of his survival had grown in the telling. And so had the anticipation of what he might do when he found the man who had taken everything from him. But when he arrived at the post and found Fitzgerald, Glass faced a boundary even deeper than betrayal, the law. Fitzgerald was now a soldier in the U.S. Army, and under military regulation, Glass could not legally harm a serving member of the armed forces without consequence, regardless of what had passed between them. So, once again, he made a choice. He did not kill him. He confronted him, yes, demanded the return of his stolen rifle, and gave him a full measure of his silent condemnation. But he did not take vengeance, whether it was restraint, legality, or something deeper. The man who had crawled hundreds of miles to survive walked away. In the world of frontier legend, this moment often becomes blurred. Some retellings add anger and threats, or claim the confrontation ended differently. But the clearest records we have say this: Hugh Glass did not seek revenge. He sought resolution. And when the moment came, he did not raise his hand. He simply looked, spoke, and turned back to the trail. It was perhaps the most powerful decision he made. A man who had every reason to lash out, chose instead to keep moving forward, not because he had to, but because he had already endured more than any man should. And in that choice, Glass became something more than a survivor. He became a symbol, not of rage, but of resilience. Long after the wounds had healed and the trail had faded behind him, Hugh Glass's story began to travel on its own. In fur trading camps, around fires under open skies, and in distant towns where trappers gathered to barter goods, his name was spoken with quiet reverence. The man who had faced down a grizzly and crawled over 200 miles with nothing but his will. That story was passed from voice to voice, growing with each telling. But even as the legend expanded, the real Glass returned to a quieter life. He went back to the wilderness, not as a hero, but as a trapper once more. He joined further expeditions, traveled with companies that knew the sharp edge of the frontier, and continued to live by the skills that had kept him alive before the bear and after. There was no book contract, no audience, just the familiar rhythm of open country and the call of rivers and forests. Still, the story could not be contained. In 1825, just 2 years after his crawl to Fort Kiowa, a version of Glass's ordeal appeared in print, a stylized account written by James Hall, published in a popular frontier magazine. From there, the tale took on a life of its own. Details were sharpened or softened. Some versions told of revenge carried out. Others added drama, dialogue, or danger not found in the original accounts. Glass became a symbol of rugged American perseverance, a man whose body had been broken, but whose spirit refused to yield. Over the decades, as the frontier myth grew, his name appeared in ballads, novels, and campfire tales. Each retelling polished the story like a stone in a river, smoothing some edges, exaggerating others, and slowly turning man into myth. He wasn't famous in his lifetime, not in the way modern fame understands it, but among those who knew the wild, the fur trappers, the scouts, the early explorers, his name lingered. And even now, nearly 2 centuries later, the story of Hugh Glass still finds its way into the quiet corners of our memory, not as a tale of revenge or conquest, but as a soft, steady reminder of what a human being can survive when all that remains is the will to take the next breath, and then the next. Glass did not vanish after his famous crawl. He did not retire into comfort or step into the pages of history as a man finished with hardship. Instead, he returned to what he had always known: the wilderness, the rivers, the open country that shaped him. For the rest of his life, he continued to trap and trade along the frontier. He roamed through what are now the Dakotas, Montana, and Wyoming, walking familiar trails and forging new ones, his name quietly respected by those who shared that rough and changing world. He was not a man drawn to cities or to talk of what he had done. There is no record of him seeking fame or telling his story for applause. He seemed content to remain as he had been, watchful, quiet, and deeply connected to the land beneath his feet. In the year 1833, roughly a decade after the grisly attack, Hugh Glass met his end, not in solitude, but in an ambush. He was traveling near the Yellowstone River, likely with a small party of trappers, when he was killed in a confrontation with Arikara warriors, a group with whom tensions had remained high since earlier expeditions. He was around 50 years old. His body, as far as we know, was not recovered. His grave, if one was ever made, lies somewhere unknown, perhaps by a riverbank, or beneath a canopy of cottonwood trees, or perhaps, as the legends sometimes suggest, the wilderness simply took him back. But the story he left behind remained. Not just the crawl, not just the bear, but something deeper, the idea that a man, broken and alone, could rise again, not with fury, but with quiet, unshakable purpose. Hugh Glass became a part of the landscape he had traveled, spoken of in the hush of campfire tales, remembered by scouts and storytellers alike. And over the generations, his name moved outward, beyond the frontier, into books, into song, into the corners of history that still echo with footsteps through tall grass and quiet woods. The world is often loud, but Glass's story reminds us that some of the greatest acts of courage are done in silence, in pain, and in the soft rhythm of a soul that simply keeps going. And so, as we close our eyes tonight, we remember Hugh Glass, not for what he conquered, but for what he endured, and for how deeply he reminds us of what it means to survive. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well.